morning, guys. Thoda energy. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I've been informed to take your revisionary classes on C Inter GST. I have come all the way from Hyderabad, so let's make it very interactive. It's this the moment we end the session by 5:30, 5 or 6, we should ensure that we learn something and go from here. So what we do is we'll have an overview of the all the topics, whatever. Last 1 hour, we'll take up all your doubts, any concepts you want me to take up in the last 1 hour, specific topics in any chapter. You can let me know that we can start with. I'm assuming that you have gone through the syllabus at least once. You have read the syllabus once, and this is your revision, so that at least we gain something. Any doubt you have, that should be solved. Any concepts you do not have any clarity, that should also be solved. So I'm all the way here to help you out here, nothing else. So we'll go one by one. Okay. Now I hope I'm also a DT faculty. I'm a tax faculty. I teach both income tax and GST at the inter and final level. So please, any doubt you have, you can ask me anytime. I'll share my number at the end of the session. So post the completion till your examination, if you have any doubt, you can message me through WhatsApp and I'll definitely reply. Okay. So with that intention, let us start. Your tax paper part 2, I guess, or part B, speaks about GST. Just read this properly. It is a tax. I want your cooperation, please. It's a tax on supply of goods or services or in this sentence your entire syllabus is done. Let us repeat once again. It is a GST is a tax on supply. First of all, this word supply is defined under section 7 of CGST Act. Again, this is one of the chapter in your syllabus. Once again, GST is a tax on what? Supply. We'll understand the word supply in next 10 minutes. Supply of what? Goods. This is defined under section 2, subsection 52. Or what? Services. This is defined under section 2, subsection 102. What is this? Or both. Both is defined under section 8, which speaks about composite supply or mixed supply. Can we repeat this once again, guys? Chalo. GST is a guys, please participate. GST is a tax on what? Supply of what? Goods, services, or both. Now, just for easy understanding, what do you mean by goods? Anyone? Definition of goods? Anyone? Definition of goods? No? Any movable property. Any movable property is covered under definition of goods. It is the same definition what you must have in Sale of Goods Act in your foundation. Sale of Goods Act, but it does not include money. It does not include securities. It does not include transaction in money. Example, if I give you 100 rupees, that transaction is not called a good, neither it is called a service. It is a tax. Tax on what? Which event? Supply. In Income Tax Act, what is an event? Earning income is a event. You pay tax on earning income. Same as it is here, you pay tax on supply. So we'll understand what do you mean by supply. But supply of what? Either should be of goods, either should be of services. If you supply anything which is neither a good nor a service, GST will not be levied on the transaction. Either it should be a good or a service. Or means or, both means combination. Good plus service. I'm selling television. What is television? What is television? I'm also giving you warranty. So it's a combination of goods plus service. One more. I'm selling you TV. I'm also giving you transportation services till your home. That is called both. That is covered under section 8, which speaks about two concepts. Number one, composite supply. Number two, mix up. What is that? We'll cover it off. We're just understanding the basics now. Last time, GST is a tax. Tax on what? So unless and until it's a supply, this entire act will not apply. And which section covers the concept of supply? Section 7 covers the concept of supply. Supply of what? Either goods or services or both. Alcohol and liquor is outside the ambit of GST. Which product? Alcohol or liquor for human consumption. There are certain alcohol which are used for industrial consumption. That is covered within the ambit of GST, but alcohol, liquor which is for human consumption, that is outside the ambit of GST. Okay, just for your knowledge. Any doubts in this first? Any clarity? You want to write something or shall we continue? Or be very, treat me as your friend, you will be benefited. Anything you can tell me, no problem. It's a tax. Tax on what? Supply. Supply either should be of goods or services or both. In GST taxable event is a supply. In income tax, what's a taxable event? Income Tax Act. What is a taxable event? Earning income. Their incomes are of 5 heads of incomes: salary, house property, PGBP, capital gains, and other sources. Now, what we should now know is, what do you mean by SUPPLY? What is SUPPLY? Supply. ये नीचे नहीं जाता और हाँ. What do you mean by supply? Which section covers that? Section 7. Now read this. Supply includes, supply excludes. What do you mean includes, excludes? Includes में whatever we write, it is a supply. Excludes में whatever we write, it is not a supply. If it is not a supply, GST will not apply. Includes is covered under section 7 subsection 1. Excludes में it is covered under section 7 subsection 2. 7.1 may again we have A, double A, B, C, and capital A. 7.2 may we have 7.2A, 7.2B. 7.2A speaks about negative list, schedule 3 of CGST Act. Okay, you want to copy this something? Copy this, we'll start. Fine. Now let's start with once again. Section 7 speaks about supply. 7(1)(a) includes, 7(2) excludes. Includes bole to it is a supply, GST will apply. Excludes means it is not a supply, GST also will not apply. So the first section we need to cover now. 7(1)(a). Anyone can tell me what is this? It will be easy for us to continue. Anyone? No? It says, read this now. All forms of transactions. It can be, read this now together. It can be sale, it can be barter, it can be exchange, it can be license, it can be rental, it can be disposal, it can be transfer. One and same. These all meanings are one and same under the GST Act. Repeat those words once again. Sale, barter, exchange, license, rental, disposal. It also includes lease. Okay. Now read once again. All forms of transactions which you have agreed or made to be agreed for consideration in the courts or furtherance of business. Let us discuss this concept properly. You have entered into a transaction. Transaction can be in the form of sale, barter, exchange. These are synonyms. Barter means I'm giving you something, you are giving something in return. Exchange also same thing, but it also involves cash component. Next, license. I have given a license to use Domino's as a brand name. Next, I have rental my asset to you. It can be immobile property, it can be a plant and machinery, it can be any asset. Next, disposal. Disposal means my fixed asset is not working, which is available in the balance sheet. I'm trying to sell off. That's disposal of asset. Next, transfer is the same definition covered under Income Tax Act under Section 2, subsection 47. याद है कुछ? Transfer capital asset 214 under capital gains 247 under definition of transfer. Next, lease. Rental and lease are almost one same. You entered any one of those. How many transactions we have? 8. Agreed or I am ready to sell for simple, sir. In the law, Honorable Finance Minister says, you receive money, we want a portion of that money. You don't receive money, we also don't want. आपको आया, हमारे को भी होना. If you received, we also want. But in case I'm selling my goods at FREE free, no GST. When you did not receive, we also don't want. But let us be very practical. The finance minister knows that you will not sell your goods or services at free. That being an exceptional circumstances. Out of 199% cases, you will sell for consideration. So simple terms, if there is no consideration, no supply. If it is not a supply, no GST. You enter any of these transactions which you have agreed to do for consideration in the courts, or it is a business tax. It's not a personal tax. For example, I am selling my jewelry. Will GST apply? Will GST apply? Fourth condition is not satisfied. Lalita Jewelers is selling jewelry. Lolita Jewelers is selling jewelry. Will this section apply? Yes. I'm selling my car. Will this section apply? No. Tata Motors is selling car. It will. I'm selling furniture through OLX.com. Will this section apply? No. IKEA is selling furniture. नाम सुने IKEA? You don't have any good furniture company here? अच्छा ठीक है. Any good furniture company here? अच्छा, you have Bajaj Electronics here? No. Bajaj Electronics. अच्छा sir. DMart is selling fruits and vegetables or anything. Will this GST apply? Yes. Simple rule is simple. If these four conditions are satisfied, it is a supply under section number 7(1)(a) and GST will apply. Once again, section 7(1)(a), it is a supply, GST will apply. And there are three more conditions into that. Next one is we are using the word, read this. The person who is selling it should be a taxable person. The person who is selling either the good or service, उसको हम GST में बोलते, हाँ, supplier. Should be what? Taxable person. Should be what? Taxable person. The supply what they are doing should be a taxable supply. And the transaction should be undertaken in a place called taxable territory. Once again, taxable, first case, please participate. You have to read taxable person. Bole to, you have GST number. You have what? Or you are liable to get the number. Either you have the number or you are liable and you don't have the number. When are you liable to get the number? That is covered under section 22 and 24 of the Act, under a chapter called registration. Once again, taxable mein first case, it should be a taxable, but do you have GST number, you guys? Please hear loudly. So if you sell anything now, for you GST will not apply. Okay, you should have a GST number, then you're called taxable what? Person, or liable to be registered. Liable, you should have, but you don't have. That is called either under section 22 or 24. We'll cover the 22, 24 today. Don't worry. Next, क्या है second one? Second one क्या है? Taxable supply 3 types के रहते. ठीक है, supplier of 3 types. One is called, read this loudly. Read loudly here. Exempt. This is covered in a chapter called exemptions. You have 120, 130 exemptions. That cannot be covered in a day, but I'll tell you which sector you should focus upon for your examination. Again, I'm repeating, I'm here to give an overall idea of the structure of the law so it becomes easy for you to proceed ahead. Once again, first type of supply, exempt supply. Means what? Deentlo, there will be no GST. Example, in a sector called health, services provided by hospitals to patients, services provided by doctors to patients are called exempt supply. Then you have a case in health sector, if the room rent is up to 5,000, there is no, it is an exempt. But if it is more than 5,000, It's a taxable supply, but that rule will not apply to ICU rooms, NICU rooms, and so on. One more recent amendment on health sector, services related to IVF is also an exempt supply. Second one kya hai? Second one is called, read this now, non-taxable supply. What mean non-taxable supply? Anyone? Oh, please participate करना यार, मजा नहीं आता क्लास में. Participate. What mean non-taxable supply? Anyone? Anyone? No one. Anyone should answer. What is my non-taxable supply? No one. You remember 5 products which government has identified and told GST will not apply now, but we'll see later. Good, good. Petrol, good. Petrol, good, good. Listen. This says 5 products. How many products? 5 products. Right now there is no GST. Future may we will see if we have to apply or not. Those 5 products are called non-taxable supply. The products names are petrol, diesel, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas, motor spirit. So what are these 5 products government has identified? Right now we will not levy GST, but we will see in future. Right now 8 years or 9 years have been lapsed with the introduction of GST. Till now that future has not come. Even today there is no GST on those 5 products. But if you are dealing in those 5 products under GST, it is called as non-taxable supply. Okay. And next one, zero rated supplies. Anyone know what is zero rated supply? अब come on यार. अगर आप export कर रहे, क्या कर रहे? Export, we will treat it as zero rated. Or you are selling to, good, you are selling to special economic zone. It's called zero rated supply. Now difference ఏంటి ఈ రెండులో, ఈ మూడులో? यहाँ क्या है? No GST. What is this? Here also no GST. The difference is I cannot claim input tax credit for this case. I can claim input tax credit if you're dealing into this case. That's the only difference. GST rate in both the cases are, GST is 0. But what is the basic difference is, here I cannot claim input tax credit as per section 16 and 17 and 18. Here I can claim input tax credit. And the fourth one is taxable, taxable supply. This is not defined in the law. Which one? Which one? It says if you do not fall under these 3, that supply will be treated as taxable supply. Means supply on which GST is levied. Supply on which GST is levied. If your transaction is not covered under exempt supply, not covered under non-taxable supply, not covered under zero, it means your supply is covered under taxable supply. It means when you are giving a bill to customer, you have to add GST in the bill. That's mandatory for you. 3 types of taxables: person, supply, territory. The transaction has to be in India. The transaction has to be in India. If you're exporting, then there's a separate schedule that is covered in final under Customs Act. The transaction has to take place in India. When we say in India, all states are covered, all UTs are covered, up to some nautical mines. Up to which, how many nautical mines? Up to 12 nautical mines it is covered. Okay. Last time, 7(1)(a). All forms of transactions agreed or made to be agreed for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. If it's a personal transaction, no GST. If it is without consideration, no GST. It should be undertaken by a taxable person for a taxable supply in a taxable territory. If all these conditions are satisfied, you fall under 7(1)(a), and it is a supply. And if it is a supply, GST will be levied or applied, GST will be attracted. Any doubts on 7(1)(a)? Any doubts? Now let's do one thing. Do not focus on copying this. I'll ensure that whatever I'm writing will be sent to a PDF to you, so that we can spend more time on explanation rather than writing itself. Please understand. Because you're not coming here to write something. And I'll ensure that I'll inform them. They will send you either mail or some QR code. Okay. Now, what is this? Any doubts on 7(1)? 7(1)(a). Is this done? Which one? 7(1)(a). Now, we'll go to double A, we'll go to later on. We'll go to this now. What is this? 7(1)(b). Anyone knows what is 7(1)(b)? 7(1)(b). Read this now. You are importing. You are importing. Either you can import services. Correct? No. Either you can import goods. If you import goods, this section will not apply. So when will this section apply? You are importing service. Bole to one party is from outside India. One party is from India. One party outside India, one party in India. The outside party is a service provider. Indian party is the service receiver. Once again, who is from outside India? Provider. Who is from India? I need to construct my house. I have hired an architect from Japan, and I'm paying some amount to him, whatever it is. Now, it's called import of services. Now, second thing is consideration involved, consideration not involved. Again, if it is no consideration, 7(1)(b) will not apply. Next, what is this? Purpose. Can be business purpose or personal purpose, does not matter. 7(1)(b) applies. 7(1)(b) applies. Now understand the background of this section. I need an architect. Please samjho. I need an architect. I am from Hyderabad. He is from Chennai. Assuming I have hired him as my architect. He gave me a bill, 10 lakhs plus GST. 10 lakhs plus GST. How much will I pay him? 10 lakhs plus GST. How much he will keep in the pocket? 10 lakhs. He will pay GST to government. Assuming now I have taken from a Japan architect. He will bill me how much now? 10 lakhs. But without GST, who is losing the revenue? Who is losing the revenue? So government says, if you're taking from Chennai, we are getting the revenue. But if you're taking from outside country, we are losing the revenue. We don't want to lose the revenue. Whether you take services from India or outside India, we want the revenue to be intact. So 7(1)(b) was introduced with that logic that if it is an import of services for Ah, purpose. Listen now, there is a difference. 7(1)(a) mein, do we have a condition that it should be in the course or for you go to DMart, you buy a bread packet. For whom should I check? It's a business purpose. DMart is a supplier, you are the recipient. For which party should be a business purpose? Loudly, supplier. Here, who is importing? Baba, who is importing? From. For this fellow, purpose is not the criteria. Under 7(1)(a), we are learning the perspective from supplier's point of view. 7(1)(b), may we are learning the law from recipient's point of view. 7(1)(a), it should be business purpose. For whom it should be business purpose? For the supplier, not for the recipient. 7(1)(b) may, for the recipient, it can be any purpose. For my Japan friend, still it is a business purpose only. For my Japan friend, it is still a business purpose. So 7(1)(b) says once again loudly, import of services for consideration, whether it is in the course or not in the course of furtherance of business. If these three conditions are satisfied, it is a supply. Under which section it's a supply? 7(1)(b), it's a supply. Any doubts, please? Clear the perspective is matters there. 7(1)(a) may we are talking from whose perspective? Supplied. 7(1)(b) may we are talking about whose perspective? Recipient. अब ये देखो. This is done. What is this? This is called Schedule 1. This is called what? Schedule 1. Here, the law has clarified 4 cases. How many? 4 cases. Even though there is no consideration, still we will treat the transactions still we'll treat the transaction as a transaction of supply. 7(1)(a) law, one of the parameters is it should be for consideration. 7(1)(b) law also there is a parameter that it should be for consideration. 7(1)(c) they are telling even though it is without consideration, we will treat it as a supply and GST will apply even though there is no consideration. That is covered in a schedule called Schedule 1 of CGST Act. Up, if you can help me out, guys, at least you can tell me one transaction if you know. Come on, yaar. पढ़ के तो आया होगा ना कुछ तो. Yes, anyone? Why, anyone you don't know? Good. Okay, let's start with number 1. Yes, sir, can you repeat? Read, Baba. Can you tell, sir, please? Huh? Without consideration, that is obvious. Next, what should I write? Where ITC is claimed. Chalo, let us break this concept. Listen now. Read this now. TD means transfer. TD means what? Transfer. Let's start. Read now. Second trick hai, second one. Permanent. Permanent transfer of BA, PA. Business assets, personal assets. What is second tree? Second one. Personal assets. This section will not apply. So what are you transferring? What are you transferring? Business assets. When I use the word business assets, it means your FA. Accounts. Fixed assets. Or it can be CA. Current assets. Current assets mein basic example is SIT. Stock. Chalo, once again, what are you selling? Which asset are you selling? Business asset. Where ITC is availed or not availed. Not availed because it was blocked under section 17(5), one of the examples. Then 71C will not apply. If ITC can be is availed, 71C will apply. It is a supply even if there is no consideration. Basic example. I am into laptop shop. What do I sell? What do I sell? Laptop. I want to close down my business. I have 10 laptops still remaining as closing stock and no one is ready to buy. So I thought I'll give back to the society. I donated those 10 laptops to a government school without without consideration. Then finance minister said, with what intention did you buy? With what intention did you buy? To sell. If you sell, you will also get revenue. We will also get revenue. इस situation लो क्या हुआ? You sold without. That was your decision. You can incur a loss. We will not incur the loss because of your decision. Why there should be a revenue loss to government? With that intention, this clause was introduced. Permanent disposal of which asset? Business asset on which ITC has been availed. If ITC is not availed or it's a block due to 17(5) cases, then it's not a supply. If it's not a supply, no GST. Now, at what value I gave to my government school? 0. Then on what should I pay GST? That is covered at final level under valuation rules. At Inter, you are not learning on what GST will apply. You are only learning whether GST will apply or not. You are not learning on what value. You have a chapter called value of supply, but there you have only one section covered. Section 15. 15 speaks about value of supply. Once again, 71C speaks about 4 cases. 4 cases, where even though it is no consideration, it is a supply. Usme the first case is disposal. Chalo. Next case, can anyone? Please, you can open your books also and see here. I don't mind. Yes? Bolo ma'am. Can you? Supply between related persons or distinct persons. Okay? Okay. Now listen. What is this? What is this? This word is defined in the law. Defined. Do you know what is relative definition under gift section for income tax purpose? Come on, yeah. Gift section number, malum? Under Income Tax Act? Anyone? Anyone? It's 56. Subsection 2. Clause 10. Do we have a point there? Gift received from relative is exempt from tax? No? Okay. This word relative is defined under which act? GST. It covers your family members, employer, employee, holding subsidiary and so on. Listen now. You sold, you are assuming you are running a kirana shop and your brother-in-law enters the shop. You know brother-in-law? wife's brother. He takes two bread packets, two cheese packets, two Maggie packets. Bill is, ah, how much will you charge to him? Brothers, brother's wife, wife's brother, how much will you charge? You will charge zero because there is a relation. Who is losing money? Not only the kirana shop owner, but also the government. Government will again say, because of your mistake or decision, why should we lose the money? So they have included this transaction under without consideration supplied to whom? Related parties, because the moment relation comes, price manipulation takes place. Next, और क्या है? और उसके बाद क्या? और what? Distinct person. Any shop in Chennai which have multiple branches all over Chennai? Don't tell me hotel's name. Any electronic shop? Which one? Spell SARADVAMANA Sarvana Electronics. Sarvana Stores. Give me two branches in Chennai. T Nagar. I knew this. This is my second time of coming to Chennai. Crompet. CHRO. Crompet. Okay. Now, assuming he's a dealer in electronics. Two branches. T Nagar. First rule. Under section registration chapter. Which chapter? If we have multiple branches in a same state. Multiple branches in a same state. I have an option. The question is what option? Option is, for T Nagar I can take separate GST number. For Crompet I can take separate GST number. Or for both I can take same GST number. But assuming, क्या ये? one in Hyderabad. Then there is no option. I have to take two different GST numbers because GST registration is a state-based registration. Do you know the numbers? This is 33. State code. Anyone have observed in GST bill in Chennai? GST number will be mentioned. The first two numbers are state code. Chennai में क्या? Tamil Nadu का 33. Telangana is 36. AP is 37. Just for knowledge. Delhi is 07. ठीक है? So, if I have branches in different states, what is the rule? To take two different. If I have branches in the same state, option to take single or two. Assuming you took one for both, then these branches are not called distinct persons. These branches are not called distinct persons. However, if you have taken different number for T Nagar, different number for Crompet, then these branches are called distinct, and once they are called distinct person and stock transfer takes place. What takes place? Stock transfer from one branch to another branch. That is transaction will be treated as supply even if there is no consideration. But for that, the branches should be called as distinct persons. When are they called distinct persons? When they have different GST numbers. नाम ही बोलता distinct, different. Chrompet should have different GST number. T-Nagar should have different GST number. Now you find out whenever you have free time whether they have same numbers or different numbers. That is your choice. चलो case 1 क्या था under 71C? Permanent or disposal of business assets where input tax credit is availed. Case 2, supply between related parties or distinct person. Anyone can tell me the third one? Baba, book open करके भी बोल दो. I don't mind. I'm here to help you out. I'm sorry? Good. Import of services from related parties or distinct persons in the course or furtherance of business. Now, listen now. I'll give you basic difference between 71B, 71C with respect to import of service. Difference क्या है? 1B लो difference क्या है? 1C लो. You should understand on the screen. SP. What is SP? Baba, loudly. SP बोलो simple. SP service provider from non-TT ante OI. OI outside India. Here also same non-TT. Okay. SR service should be from India. Relationship between SP and SR not applicable. Here they should be a related party or they should be a distinct person. The holding subsidiary relationship, employer-employee, whatever it can be. 7.1 below, what should not be there? What may or may not be there? Relationship is not mandated here. Relationship matters. Next, read this. Read this. For whom? For whom? It can be BP or PP. Here it has to be BP. Business purpose. Next, read this. Yaha, yes. Yaha. This is the basic difference. Between what? Import of services with 7.1B read with 7.1C. If in the problem, import problem is given and money is involved, you directly go to B for ball. If import problem is given and without, you directly go to C ka concept and check whether C applies or not. Money, word or value is given, B will apply. No money is given or free consideration is given, C will apply, and then we check whether C conditions are satisfied or not. That is important. 7.1C lo first transaction was permanent transfer or disposal of business asset. Second one, supply between related parties or distinct persons. Third one, import of services for consideration between related parties or distinct persons in the course or furtherance of business. Anyone can tell me the fourth one? Good. Transaction between principal and agent. The agent can for sale or is helping in purchase. This also will be treated as supply. Only condition is invoice should be in the name of agent. That is important. The only condition is the invoice shall be given to the customer in the name of agent. In these four cases, ah, bolo wapis. It is a supply even if there is no consideration. Covered under which schedule number? Schedule 1. Schedule 1. Section number is 7. Subsection 1. Clause C. ठीक है यहाँ तक? Now if I cover this now this one. So this is done. This is done. What is this? 7(1)(c). Up next is okay. This book you have, right? This book is not the entire syllabus, sir. Thoda it will help you out. Okay. Okay. Irritating. Next one, just for your knowledge, read this now. 7(1)(a), read with schedule 2. This schedule says we are clarifying. What we are doing? We are clarifying whether this transaction is a transaction of good or transaction of service. First thing, why are we clarifying? Reasons are, if it is a G, if it is a GST rates are different, HSN codes are different. If it is a GST rates are different, SAC we say, SAC codes are different. So they have clarified if this is the transaction, we will treat as either good or service. Read together this one. Transfer of title in the goods. You are selling something where the goods title is, where the title is transferred. It is clarified it is a transaction of goods. Whereas transfer of I have given my plant and machinery on rent to you. That is transfer of title or transfer of right? Baba, transfer of title bolte, transfer of right bolte, transfer of right. Then it will be a supply of service. In the last 7 years, he has asked this question 2 times. He will give you 5 transactions and will ask you clarify whether it's a supply of good or supply of service. That is clarified under 7(1)(a), read with schedule 2 of the Act. Okay. Just for knowledge, you are giving any property on, bolo baba, please, it's called supply of service. That's but obvious. This is also clarified in the law. Huh. You are into software business. Which business? You are selling the software as, padho ye, pre-packed software. You are a CA. You are purchasing Tally software from Tally company. Possible? I am the Tally company. You are purchasing the software from me. I am giving you the software as a both whatever I have prepared you are using. That is called supply of goods. Number two, you want some customization in Tally from me. So I'll customize and give it to as per your requirement. Then that will be called as supply of service. If it is pre-packed, what will be given pre-packed in the exam? It is supply of goods. If it is customized, I'm giving to you, then it's called supply of. And if I'm giving the license to use, that is also called supply of service only. Also clarified, restaurant services. कौन से services? Restaurant. Good होता, service होता. Baba, you go to any restaurants ना Baba. तो good होता, service होता. On the screen. This is clarified. If you are into, pado, restaurant. Number two. Number three. These are called supply of service only. Service only. And restaurant services ka GST rate, just for your example, it is 5%. I don't know whether you have observed it or not. When you go to any restaurant, he gives you the bill. He will add GST at the rate of 5%. That is CGST 2.5. GST 2.5. Number three, what is this? Read this. Forbearance of an act. Anyone knows what is forbearance of an act? I'm sorry? Example? Any two Tollywood, any two superstars, can you tell me? Any two super, Rajnikant, number two. तमिलनाडु का अच्छा अमिताभ बच्चन ले लेंगे तो okay. One director, famous director. Any famous director here? Come on. Shankar. Okay. Shankar has approached two big actors for a movie. Amitabh Bachchan. Number two, Rajnikant. Rajnikant rejected the offer. Problem? He is going to Amitabh Bachchan. Rajnikant now says, don't go to Amitabh Bachchan. I don't want him to do the movie. For which I'll pay you 10 crores. Who will pay to whom? Rajnikant will pay to Shankar. That activity is called this one. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? Forbearance of an act. And that is a supply under GST, and it's supply of good or supply of service. They have clarified it's a supply of service under GST. So 7.1a clarifies what? 7.1a clarifies whether it's a supply of good or supply of service. First of all, why are we bifurcating? N number of reasons. Number one, GST rates are different. Number two, codes are different. Number three, concept of time of supply is also different. Concept of what? For goods, we have section 12. For services, we have section 13. So we should be very careful what transaction you're undertaking. It's a good or service. This complete section 7 includes part. Next, what is this? 7 may, you know what is this now? Please participate now. 7 2a. This says it is not a supply covered under schedule, also called negative list. Anyone heard? Can you help me? बाबा एक दो तो बोलो. Services provided by employee to employer. Provided by whom to whom? Employee during the course of during the course of employment. Anyone think anything else? Good. Burial or funeral services. Good. Whoever said that. Number 3. Services provided by court or tribunal. Number 4. MP, MLA, civil officer, civil servant services, government officer services. And if it is a sale of IMP, what is IMP? Immovable property, and that is before receiving OC. What is OC, you know? Occupancy certificate. Anything else? वह याद रखना है ये सब. Anything else? No? Good. Actionable claims other than betting, lottery and gambling, because betting, lottery, gambling is covered in the definition of goods and it's a supply. Okay, so what is this? They say these are, read now, these are neither SOG nor SOS. Although this is not a supply, if it is not a supply, no GST. Which section? 7(2)(a). You have one more section called, this section says government has the power, government has the, to include any transactions in future under 7(2)(a). समझ में आया? 7(2)(b) says government has the power to add, delete or modify any transactions which are covered in 7(2)(a). Any change you make in the law, government should have the power under the law to make the change. So they are deriving that power under which section? 7(2)(b), which says I can modify, add or delete any provisions contained in 7(2)(a). Any doubt you have on section 7, please raise your hand. Anyone? You can check any book what you follow, either study material or any private coaching book. Choice is yours. Anything you have, please raise your hand. I'll cover 7(1). Now, listen, what is this? Anyone knows? This says if any organization, club is providing services to its members, any club you have in Chennai where you take membership and avail their services? Anyone aware of any club? Hyderabad is a club called Nizam Club. Anyone here in Chennai something? Cosmopolitan Club. Okay. This says if you take any membership of the club by paying some lump sum amount and also pay the monthly subscription for which they provide you services, that is also will be treated as supply. Only condition is the service provider should not be an individual. Service provider should not be an individual. It can be anyone other than Indian. It can be HUF, company, firm, LLP, AOP, BOI, local authority, or artificial judicial person, but it should not be an individual. So let's repeat the last time. 7. A. All forms of supply for consideration in the course of business made to be a great taxable person, taxable territory, taxable supply, all those things. 7.1 double A. Club providing services to its members. 7.1 B. Import of services for consideration purpose is irrelevant. 7.1 C. 4 cases. Schedule 1. No consideration, still a supply. 7.1 capital A. Its Schedule T clarified whether it's supply of good or supply of service. Next, 7.2 A. It's a negative list. Read with Schedule 3, which says it's neither good nor supply of service. 7.2 B. We have the power. వి బోలుతో జిఎస్టి కౌన్సిల్. ఇక్కడ వి అంటే ఎవరు? జిఎస్టి కౌన్సిల్. ఇట్స్ అ టీమ్ ఆఫ్ 30 people. I hope you know at least that. Each state में one representative. It will be the representative general will be the state finance minister. And the chairman of the team is called captain. Chairman, the finance minister. Okay. 7.2b says, क्या बोलो 7.2b? हाँ. We have the power either to add, modify, or this completes supply chapter in your study material, except one more section I'll cover now, that's called section 8. ये याद है? First sentence. Read this. GST is a tax. Tax on what? Supplies covered under which section? Supplies covered under which section? Section 7. Supply of what? It should be good or service. Or both ante enti? Both bole to kya? Both bole to kya? You tell me, sir, what is that both means now? Both means covered under section 8. It can be a composite supply or a mixed supply. Now difference kya hai? Here we say the products or concept is naturally bundled. Here we say not naturally bundled. Read this now. Read this now. Generally sold together in market. Read this now. Generally, but you are selling together. Let us start with this first. क्या ये? Second one. What is it? You are into a dry fruit shop. What do you sell? What do you sell? Dry fruits. Badam, pista, cashew nuts. What else? Walnuts, and so on. Now, to attract customers, you have made a packet of 500 grams, 100 grams of 5 different dry fruits. Possible? Second example, you are into sweet shop. Sweets. Which type of sweets are famous in this particular city? होता तो बोलो ना यार. Which type of sweets are famous? I will take from here today if you can help me out. वो भी नहीं मालूम. Okay. You are into chocolate shop. Which chocolates are you selling? बोलो. Dairy Milk, Kit Kat, 5 Star. Now you have made a package of those and selling at one price. So mixed supply means generally Dairy Milk, Kit Kat can be sold individually also, but you are selling together at a single price to attract customers. That supply will be called mixed supply, and the GST rate will be highest rate possible. What do you mean by composite supply? Those are generally sold together. I have taken this hotel here opposite Ranjit, opposite to this institute. Nahi malum? There is a hotel here. Now, what services is giving me? I have booked a hotel room there. What services is it giving me? Accommodation plus free breakfast. That then we say it's naturally bundled. They are sold together only. Among these two, accommodation and free breakfast, which is a main service, that is called principal supply. That is called principal supply, and GST rate of principal supply will be considered. However, you go to that stores. कौन सा था electronic store? Sir, I have purchased one AC, one fridge, और क्या क्या मिलता? Washing machine, TV. All four have different GST rates. Then they clarified that that is neither composite nor mixed. Every product will be levied at different rates applicable. समझ में? You go to DMart. You have DMart, no? You go to DMart, you buy N number of products. Every product might have different GST rate. It doesn't. It means that is neither composite nor mixed, because each product has different GST rate. TV and AC are not naturally bundled. They are not sold together. They can be sold individually also. It is neither mixed because I am not selling TV and AC at the same price, at a consolidated price. The main condition for it has to be sold at a single price. That's a criteria to be called as a mixed supply. What if it's a composite supply? What happens? Which GST rate will apply? It's pretty simple. What if it's a mixed supply? Which GST rate will apply? Highest rate will apply. You are into cosmetic shop. I am selling shampoo separately. I am selling kajal separately. I am selling comb separately. Now I have made one combo. A combo of 1,005 products are included. That is called a mixed supply. You are going to KFC. He is selling burgers differently, Pepsi bottle separately, but now has a combo offer. समझ में आ रहा? That is also a mixed supply only, where it is sold at a single price. This completes your chapter called Supply in a Nutshell. But I have tried my level best to cover all the aspects possible. Any doubts on section 7 and 8? कुछ तो doubt रहता. Something. You don't worry. You are in the right hands possible. Definitely right hand possible. I also instructed them to take a local faculty, because coming here, because they incurring expense, I didn't like it. But they said they want me only to attend. So I have come all over from Hyderabad. I'm in this field from last 18 years. You don't worry about that. Done? Okay. Section 7, क्या बोलता? Which topic? Section 7, supply. 8. Then we have section 9 and we have section 10. And the heading in your study material for this chapter is called Charge and Levy of GST. Now you tell me which section you want me to take up first. I'll take up that first. Well, the 9 means 9, 10 means whatever you feel comfortable, guys. Bolo. Section 9? Okay, chalo. Listen now. Read this now. Read this now. Ah, read this now. 2000. Read this now. Chargeability section. क्या बोलता? Unless and until we have this section, this entire subject only will not apply. In income tax, how many heads of income we have? Loudly bolo. Ah, naam. Correct? Read this now. Read this. Khali read together. Ah, these are the chargeability sections. Salary में first number. Loudly, ah. Employer-employee relationship should exist, if I remember. Next one. Number. SSE shall be owner of property. The property shall not be used for business or profession purpose. Next one. Business or profession should be carried on. Next one. Sorry, 45 hai ye. 45. Next one. 45. There should be a transfer of capital asset. For students. Now only. You want break? Okay, 10 minutes, ma'am. 45 says it should be CA. CA means capital asset. It should be a transfer. Next one. If any income does not fall under the first 4 heads of income, it falls under other sources. Exactly, GST में वो section number is 9. Please understand the connectivity first. 9 is again divided into, bolo baba, 5. Which are those 5? 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, 9-4, 9-5. ओके, ठीक है, ये नहीं है 9-1, ठीक है. Fine, ठीक, no problem. Let's start. What is this? 9. Whatever the first sentence I have written on the screen today, that was 9-1. What is the first sentence I wrote? GST is a tax on supply of goods, services, or both. That is covered in 9-1. That is what 9-1 says. What does 9-1 says? In order to levy GST, it should be SUPPLY. Of what? Either goods or services or both. Then 9-1 will apply. At what rate? At the respective rates mentioned by the GST Council. At what value? Value we need to determine under section 15. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3. 15.2 includes, 15.3 excludes concepts. Next number. 9 are 5 products. I forgot. Petrol, diesel, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas. As of now, no GST. Future में देखेंगे whether we need to levy or not. But as of now, no GST. Next one. 9.3. These two should be read together. Which one? This is concept of RCM, reverse charge mechanism, where 19 transactions they have identified and told me on which supplier will not pay the GST. Who will pay the GST? Recipient will directly pay to government. Please understand basic concepts. You go to a restaurant. You order food. 1000 plus 25, 25. What is 25, 25? CGST, SGST. You are the customer, I am the owner. You pay me how much? 1050 plus 50. How much will I keep in the pocket? How much will I pay to government? So I'm collecting from you. You are the recipient. I'm the supplier. You are paying to me. I'm paying to. इसको बोलते हैं forward charge mechanism. That's called forward charge. 9394 says you will directly pay to government. I am not nowhere involved. 9394 says you will directly pay to government. You will not pay to supplier. Supplier will not pay to government. You will directly pay to government. For you to pay to government, you should have GST number. You should have what? What if you don't have? If you don't have, section 24 says you should go for GST number, compulsory registration. Under section 24. How many cases they have identified? 20, 19, 20 cases. Few examples are insurance services, insurance agent services, sponsorship services, goods transport agency services, legal advisory services, producer, that author services, then services provided by director to company other than salary. Or anyone, can I take few from your side? Recovery services given to banks. कुछ तो याद होगा that you have read something in your which one? Business correspondent services. One more thing. What is 71B? Read loudly. Import of service. Is it a supply? Is it a supply? Will GST apply? RCM also will apply. So who will pay the tax? Recipient which country ka hai? India, because we do not have the jurisdiction to collect tax from some person who is outside India. So we have no other option left. We'll collect tax from a person who is in India. Under RCM, important concept is transportation. He can abase you. The rate is 5%. Under RCM, forward charge है तो 12%. जो भी है. So what does 9394 says roughly? What does 9394 speaks about? RCM. बोलते who will pay the tax? Recipient will pay directly to government. And for your exam, you have RCM only for services, not for goods. Final mein you will have for both services as well as goods. Here you only have with respect to services. Next, last one. Last one. 995. ECO. Electronic Commerce Operator. वापिस बोलो. Electronic Commerce Operator. It's not coming properly here. Electronic Commerce Operator. Now what do you mean electronic commerce operator? Anyone? Meaning. Come on yaar. Achha, ठीक है. You want to go from here to any home, T Nagar. What is the mode of transportation you will opt? What is the mode of transportation you will opt? Rapido? Assume Rapido. You have an app. You will book what? A cab. From here to what? Who will come? The captain. Now the question is, what is Rapido doing? What is Rapido doing? What does captain wants? Good. What does captain wants? Customer. Money. What do you want? What do you want? You want service from going from here to T Nagar. So what is Rapido doing? is an agent who is connecting captain and the captain and the recipient. Captain will be called service provider. We all will be called service recipient. Rapido will be called electronic commerce operator. You want to book a cell phone. What will you do now? You will order through Amazon or Flipkart. Now, when you book through Amazon, do you think that the Amazon is selling you the good? Who is selling you the good? There are certain sellers registered in Amazon website who will sell the goods. Assuming she is registered, I have booked the cell phone. What does she want? What does she want? Customer or money? As a result, she is registered in Amazon. What do I want? I want a book. I want a good. It can be cell phone, anything. What is Amazon doing? Connecting me with her. Amazon will be called electronic commerce operator. So it means they are nothing but they are connecting two people who are in need of service or money. One is the supplier, one is the recipient. Now, government has identified if you are ECO full form, in 5 cases, how many cases? ECO only should pay the GST to government. Recently, they have added one more, 6. I'll dictate that. Total, there are 6. As of around 1 month back, there was only 5. Sixth one is applicable for your exam also. Local delivery services. Okay. Now read this together. Read this. Khali read karo. Ye sab you have, you can read at home. First one. Rapido, Uber, Ola. Who should pay the tax? E-commerce operator. Next one. Loudly padho yaar. Accommodation. Make my trip. Agoda. What do? They provide hotel services, but they're not the owners of the hotels. Number 3. Housekeeping, plumbing, carpenting. Here, urban clap. Number 4. Restaurant services में there is a rule. If it's a standalone restaurant, okay. बोलते only restaurant. If it's restaurant with hotel बोलते restaurant with accommodation, then we need to check the room rent. It should not exceed 7,500 per day per room. It should not exceed 7,500 per day per room. So in these cases, who should pay the tax? E-commerce operator. This topic is linked with section 52. Which section? Which speaks about TCS. It speaks about TCS. Tax collected at source. I'll jump to 52 only from here, 9.5, because those are linked concepts. Give me the name of the service. I forgot. Number 1. Transportation of passenger. Stop. Some point you should remember. If that what you're booking through Rapido is a omnibus, check in your mobile phones. Mobile phone hai. Type omnibus in Google and go under images and check what is omnibus. You know what is omnibus? Still check once. Google. Open your mobile phones. If you have Google there, Google Chrome. Type omnibus and go under images. Dikha? Kuch dikha? Show me what is. This only correct. This is called omnibus. We are coming. 1 minute. Huh. So once again, name those services. 2 minutes, I'll give the break. Number one, transportation of passengers. Number two, accommodation services. Number three, housekeeping. Number four, restaurant services. Read this now. If you are restaurant services situated in a hotel with the room rent is up to 7,100 per day per room. In the book, in your study material, it's called specified premises. In your study material, it's called as specified premise. You have one more, right in your book now somewhere. Amendment in ECO section 9, subsection 5. ठीक है, क्या लिखे बोलो? Amendment e-commerce. 1 second. लिखो. Local delivery services provided through app or any platform, GST shall be paid by ECO. Example, PORTER. You have heard? Porter services. No? You must have in Chennai also, I guess. Porter services. Mark is very important. He can test you on the latest amendment. So once again, section 9 speaks about, guys, please don't disappoint. Section 9 speaks about chargeability. How many subsections we have? 5. 9.1. GST is a tax on supply of goods, services, or both. 9.2. 5 products. Petrol, diesel, aviation, turbine fuel, natural gas are no GST as of now. Later on we'll see. 9394 speaks about RCM. 95 speaks about e-commerce operate. Now listen. Is Amazon, Flipkart covered in 95? No. Transportation of passenger, housekeeping, accommodation, restaurant, local delivery. What is not covered? Which service are not covered? If you are, which one? If I ordered through Amazon, through, she is the seller, I am the recipient. This transaction is not covered under 9.5. Bolto ECO is not liable to pay GST. Who is ECO here? Amazon. Then who should pay? Who should pay? Seller should pay. So now Act clarifies. If you are ECO, is Amazon an ECO? Yes. Do you fall under 9.5? Huh? Then for you, section 52 applies. Then for you, section 52 applies, which speaks about tax collected at source. So post the break, we'll start what is TCS concept then. Once again, are you ECO? Yes. Does 9.5 applies? If yes, who will pay the tax? For you, 52 will not apply. Again, are you an ECO? Yes. Do you fall under 9.5? No. Then for you, 52 will apply. Both sections will never apply simultaneously. Either 9.5 or 52. If 9.5 applies, 52 will not apply. If 52 applies, 9.5 will not apply for sure. Now we should know what is section 52. Anything right now? You can take the break. And Maths. First thing first. Assuming she is the owner of Rohit Plastics. She deals in mats and chairs. Registered with whom? Amazon. Okay. First rule is she should have a GST number. Who should have? So should be registered in GST. If she does not have GST number, section 52 will not apply. So what's the first condition? Wapis repeat. She should have this number. Next, there is a person called Radhika. Assuming she is that girl. Her name is Radhika. She placed 10 chairs orders. She placed an order for 10 chairs. With whom? With whom? Amazon. The moment you place an order with Amazon, Amazon will pass on the order to Rohit Plastics. Then what happens? Amazon will send one person at Rohit Plastics, collect the order along with BILL bill and deliver to Radhika. How many chairs? Selling price 1,000 each. Selling price. So what is sale value? 10,000. GST at the rate of 18%. So this is called bill. Who is giving this bill? Oh, please participate. Let's be communicative. Who is giving this bill? Rohit Plastic. To whom? Radhika. Total bill amount 11,800. Now when she placed the order, who placed the order? She has two options. Either pay online or COD. Cash on delivery. Clear? Payment method is irrelevant. Whether she pays online, whether she pays via cash on delivery, this section will apply. Now, assuming she paid online. She paid what? Online. How much Amazon received from Radhika? 11,800. That Amazon should pass on to Rohit Plastics after deducting the commission. Section 52 says, Amazon, how much did you receive from Radhika? 11,000. We want you to deduct some amount and pay balance to Rohit Plastics. We want you to deduct some amount and pay balance to Rohit Plastics. Now the question is, how much? How much is 0.5%? So TCS rate is 0.5%. Second question, on what? Should I take this value or this value? 10,000 or 11,800? Act clarified. It's always the taxable value. Taxable value bole to before GST. Before GST ante 10,000. So technically the rule says Amazon should deduct 0.5% on 10,000. How much that is? Amount. Calculator 10,000 into 0.5%. 50 rupees रहता. निकालो देखो एक बार. How much? 50, no. So Amazon should deduct how much? वापस repeat करो. How much? 0.5%. Amount in rupees should deposit to government on behalf of Rohit Plastics, that will be deposited in the electronic cash ledger of Rohit Plastics. कौन से ledger में? Electronic cash ledger में in Rohit Plastics. Okay. Now, Amazon will also give one bill too. That's a commission bill. I'm assuming commission percentage is 10% on the sale value. Sale value कितना था? 10,000. उसका 10% gives you 1,000 plus GST. This bill who is giving to whom? Who is giving to whom? Amazon to Rohit Plastics. Is this clear? Story clear? First point. What is the TCS rate? Participate karo. Point. Without any limit. Now, what do you mean without any limit? 0.5% on what? On what? On the taxable value. If it's 100 rupees also, this topic will apply. In contrast to TDS sections in Income Tax Act. In TDS section income tax, you have a limit for each section. 194A. Interest other than interest on securities. 194B or BB, casual income for horse races and so on. Do you know any limit amount for any TDS section? 194C, 30,000 per contract or 1 lakh for total contracts. 194D, insurance commission. 194G, commission on sale of lottery tickets. 194G, professional services. एक भी याद नहीं है कुछ भी, ठीक है छोड़ दो. Here, irrespective of this amount, which amount? This topic will apply. Now one more thing. How many chairs she placed? 10 chairs. Sale value? 10,000. She returned 3 chairs. Possible? अच्छे नहीं थे. Returned. So Act clarifies TCS now will apply only on 7,000. TCS will only apply on 7,000. But the value minus returns. Value minus returns. Next. Remember, what is this? If this fellow is covered under 9(5), then this section will not apply. When will this section apply? You should not fall under 9(5). Then this section will apply. If you use your brains properly, if any, I want you to please participate here. Listen now. This is entries in the books of Rohit Plastics. How many chairs order I got? 10 chairs. Assuming I don't have those 10 chairs, what will I do as Rohit Plastics? I'll purchase. This is the purchase entry for 10 chairs. Read. This is my creditor from whom I purchased. अब इसको क्या करते हैं हम लोग? Payment entry. Pile plastics to bank. ఇక్కడ వరకు यहाँ तक clear? Okay. Be careful with the amounts and all, so that I'll explain you properly. Next one. I got an order from Amazon. For me, who is the customer? बाबा आपको ऑर्डर आया फ्रॉम Amazon. Order was placed by Radhika. For you, who is debtor? For you, who will give you the money? Amazon or Radhika? So it's Amazon account debit. How much? How did I get this amount? 10,000 plus GST. 2 sales. 2 1,800. Next. What is this? This is the bill I received from Amazon. Commission bill no. Entry pado. Commission account debit. GST account debit to Amazon. Okay. How much TCS amount he will deduct? 50. Uska entry this is. Pado. TCS account debit to Amazon. Yahan tak story clear. Now if I understand properly, be careful. Assuming this is my bank account. What is this? Bank account. this is my ah, and this is my P&L account. Okay. Now post the first entry. What is the first entry? Read the first entry, guys. Purchases account debit, GST account debit to, how would I write in GST account? To pile plastics. Amount देखो ना यार. 14, 14, 40. Now listen. When I started the day, I have a bank balance of 1 lakh. How much? 1 lakh. Now, what is second entry? Pile plastics to bank. How will you post? Here, buy pile plastics. Amount. अब ना amount देखो ना यार. 9,440. चलो next. Third one. Amazon to sales to GST. यहाँ लगाओ GST. Buy Amazon. How much? 1,800. Next. Next. Commission. Commission account debit. GST account debit to Amazon. How much? 1180. GST amount कितना है? 1 to Amazon 180. ठीक है. Next. TCS account debit to Amazon. How much? 50. Assuming this is TCS account. How do you write now? To Amazon. How much? 50. Okay. Now, if you observe properly, what is this? To, how much will I write? First entry, Baba. Kita? 8,000. Correct. By sales. How much is sales here? Kita? 10,000. Okay. To commission. 1,000, no. Commission bill was 1,000. Now, read this. Amazon account. What will you post the this entry? How will you post this entry? In Amazon account. कैसा post करते? बोलो बाबा. To sales. Correct, no? How much? To GST. How much? 1,800. Super. Next, how will you post this entry now? This entry. By commission. 1,000. By GST 180. Super. How will you post this now? ये वाला. This amount. This one. By TCS 50. Am I clear till here? Clear? Now close Amazon account. Total karo baba. Give me the balancing figure. Huh? 10,000. This is by bank. This is by, I will receive from Amazon. How much? 10,000. So बैंक में कैसा लिखना अब? To Amazon 10,570. ఇప్పటి వరకు క్లియర్? ఓకే. Next. So which account is closed? Amazon account is closed. Now come to TCS account. Correct? by GST account, transfer entry. So this amount will be transferred to which account? Which account? GST account. Okay? Now I'll write here 2 TCS. Enta 50. Remember this now. In your law, what is this? It is formula is output tax minus input tax. What's the formula? Vapis bolo. Output tax minus output tax ante how much you collected on the outward supply, that is your sales. How much I collected on sales? 1800. Input tax with the tax already paid. I paid 1440. Correct? That is on pile plastics purchases. I also paid 180. What is 180? The GST on commission. Now the law says you can also deduct the TCS amount. Why you can deduct TCS amount? That is the tax already paid by Amazon on behalf of Rohit Plastics to the government. So how much is the TCS amount? 50. Minus karo. Karo baba. 130. Now you will write to bank balancing figure. How much? How much? 130. How will you post here? By GST. How much? 130. Can I have the closing bank balance, please? 1 lakh? 1 lakh thousand. Now use your brains and explain me simple concept. When I started my day in the morning, what was my bank balance? Loudly, 1 lakh. When I closed my day, what is my bank balance? 1 lakh thousand. It means what? What is thousand? What is your thousand? Wapis bolo. What is thousand? If I see my P&L account now, I'll get 1,000 only as profit. Sales is 10,000. Purchases is 8,000. Commission is 1,000. So profit kitta aaya? That is how TCS works. I doubt in your study model it is given this way. But you should know practically how it works. TCS rate on what value? Minus returns. 50 रुपीस क्या करना? Amazon क्या करना वो 50 रुपीस का? Loudly. Deposit to government on behalf of Rohit Plastics. That amount will be credited to the electronic cash ledger of Rohit Plastics. Due date is 10th of the following month. They should deposit on or before 10th. Today's date, 20th April. If the transaction takes place today, you have to deposit by 10th May. ECO should file a return also to government before 10th May. So ECO should have 3 duties. Deduct. Apis bolo? Pay and file the return. Deduct that 50 rupees, pay that 50 rupees to government and file. Why should I file? Unless and until you file, how would government know that 50 rupee belongs to Rohit Plastics? It will be reported through Rohit Plastic GST number. That's one of the condition is Rohit Plastic should have GST number. What if Rohit Plastic does not have GST number? This section only will not apply. This completes your TCS chapter also then. Any doubts, please ask. Oh, कुछ तो doubt रहना ना? Huh? Now, why are we getting? If I am assuming you know when you do income tax calculation problems or consolidation problems, you do tax liability. tax plus surcharge if applicable plus cess. You deduct less TDS, less TCS. You have not done consolidation problems in income tax. Less TDS or less TCS. In income tax, you have TCS on sale of motor cars. You have TCS on alcohol or liquor, scrap, tendo leaves, foreign travel, education, foreign education, all that you have. In this GST, there is only one section, section number 5252. Am I clear till here? Once again, section 9 speaks about section 9 speaks about chargeability section 91 GST will apply on supply of goods, services or both. 9 to 5 products which are as of now there is no GST. Next, 9394 speaks about RCM. 95 speaks about e-commerce operator where 5 services may ECO only will pay the tax. The new included list is local delivery services. If 95 applies, 52 will not apply. If 95 does not apply, then you should know how does 52 works. After section 9, next section is section which speaks about composition scheme. Which speaks about what? Composition scheme. This section you have to read in 2 categories. If you are MTRS or chalo, read together. First one, first alphabet. If you are a manufacturer. Okay. Number 1, next one alphabet. You are a trader. Number 3, restaurant services. We have a separate talk concept. What is next one? Any other service provider other than restaurant. You are into CA practice. You are into you are a you just a consult. Example. ठीक है? ठीक है? Now, first understand this concept का नाम. This is give a benefit to small taxpayers. We will not don't want to trouble them with GST laws and regulations. For that we have introduced one section called section. It is an optional section. Which section anta? Well, तो आपकी मर्जी whether you want to opt, do not want to opt. All other sections of GST are mandatory in nature. Although you don't have option, you have to follow. But this section is similar sections we have in under a PGBP chapter called 44 AD, 44 ADA and 44 AE. Those are called presumptive taxation under PGBP Income Tax Act. Same concept we have in GST under section 10, which speaks about composition scheme, which we want to give relief to small taxpayers. First thing first, when will this section apply? वापिस बोलो, when will this section applies? And clarifies is if your turnover, read yeah please, turnover does not exceed 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs in IPFY immediately preceding financial year. It means if you want to avail this scheme in year 2, you have to check the turnover of year 1. If you want to check for year 1, we will check the turnover of year 0, which will be 0 only. So when will this section apply? Bolo wapis turnover. Read once. Wapis turnover does not exceed 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs. Now the question is, in which cases we speaks about 75 lakhs? Read it together. States. Read. Arunachal Pradesh. Read. Read, yeah. Please read it. Manipur. Meghalaya. Mizoram. Sikkim. Nagaland. Uttarakhand. How many states we have? Count karo. Count karo. 150 lakhs. Any other state or UT. If you want to open a shop in Chennai and avail this section, which is a turnover applicable for us, 150 lakhs. If you want to open a shop in Telangana and opt for this scheme, then the limit is 150 lakhs. We feel these are backward states of the country which are not properly developed. As a result, we have kept the criteria limit as on the lower side. Once again, condition number 1. Wapis bolo. Turnover does not exceed 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs when in immediately preceding financial year. Then you are eligible. Whether you want to opt or not is your choice. Second one, you should be a resident of India. Then only you can opt for this section. Now, when you called resident, it is the same definition defined under Income Tax Act 1961, Section 6, subsection 1, 182 days or more, or 60 days or more in the current year plus 365 days in the last 4 years. Next, if you want to opt for, you can opt. You should go for compulsory registration under section. Bolto, you should have GST number. There is no criteria for that. Next, fourth, read this now. You cannot collect tax from the customer. That's not allowed. You cannot add GST in the bill, and whatever you issue to the customer is called what? बोलो नहीं, उसको बोलते bill of supply. It's called what? The document given by me to you will not be called tax invoice, will be called as bill of supply, and you cannot avail ITC on your purchases. Next, if you are willing to avail, you have to pay this tax to government. Tax rates 115. 1% if you are a manufacturer, 1% if you are a trader, 5% if you are a restaurant. and that has to be paid from own pocket. Assume my turnover is 40 lakhs, I am a trader. So I should pay 40 lakhs ka 1%. How much? 40,000 to government. I cannot collect that from the customer. That's not allowed. I cannot claim input tax rate also. And and you have to make quarterly payments. You have to make what? In a form called CMP 08. CMP 18th of the following quarter is the due dates. Although my quarter is April, May, June. 18 July. July, August, September. 18th October. October, November, December. 18th Jan. Jan, Feb and March. 18th April. So today's date, 2 days back, was the due date for payment of taxes for all the SSCs who are availing composition scheme for quarter 4 financial year 25-26. Percentages, वापिस बोला, I forgot. 1, 1, 5. You have to remember that. Next. The moment, listen, the moment my turnover in the current year crosses 150 lakhs or 75 lakhs, I should shift from composition scheme to normal scheme. For that, I should inform the government that government, I am going. Where are you going? From composition to normal scheme. I should inform to government within 7 days. And within 30 days, I should inform about my stock details to government. I should inform 2 times. One, I am going. Where are you going? From composition to normal. I should inform within 7 days, and within 30 days I should inform about my stock as on date to government. Okay. Next, read this now. Read this now. वापिस पढ़ो. Who? अच्छे से पढ़ो. Who cannot avail composition scheme? Anyone knows? No one knows. अब anyone knows? Yeah, come on. ये तो मालूम रहना. No one knows. Good. Read now. Read now. You are a of. Read the names together. Ah. Ah. Edible ice. Aerated water. Fly ash. Blocks. Bricks, etc. Repeat once again. Repeat. Repeat. Manufacturer of ice creams, tobacco, edible ice, aerated water, fly ash, blocks. Okay. These people cannot avail. इस पे one googly. If you are a trader of these products, who are you? You can avail. You can avail. Number. कैसा बंद हुआ? This is on only. Call someone. Give me 2 minutes. One, first one, this one. If you sell, read this together. Ah, which are mentioned in 9.2. What are 9.2? I forgot. Petrol, diesel, whatever. You cannot avail this scheme. If you are into, then also you cannot avail. So this is cheating. Just now you told if you are into restaurant, you can avail. They're telling if you're into, but serving alcohol, normal restaurant can avail. Who cannot avail? Restaurant serving. We assume if you are serving, you are not a small party. You are a very big party, because to get the license, you need to pay a lump sum amount, a big chunk of the amount. Next point number, pado. If you sell your goods, पढ़ो, हाँ, आउटसाइड द स्टेट, उसको हम जीएसटी में बोलते हैं इंटर स्टेट सप्लाई, नॉट अलाउड. Why it's not allowed? What can be the logic? बोलो बाबा, what can be the logic? What can be the logic? You are telling you're a small person, then restrict yourself within the state. But I can buy within the state and also buy state, but sell has to be done within the state. Okay. Next, who cannot avail? If you are registered under section CTP or NRTP concept, casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person, then also you cannot avail the scheme. And next, if you are selling through ECO, just now one example we did. Which example that was? Amazon, Rohit Plastics, Radhika. Rohit Plastics cannot avail the scheme. Recent amendment आया इसमें भी. इसमें now amendment says, read this now. Check if you're selling. If you're selling, you cannot avail the scheme. If you're selling, now check जो order आपको आया, that is within the state or outside the state. If it's within the state, you can avail. If it's outside the state, you cannot avail the scheme. Assuming Rohit Plastics registered in Telangana, Radhika also from Telangana, can Rohit Plastics avail the scheme? Yes. But if the Radhika is from Assam, then Rohit Plastics cannot accept the order. He has to first convert from composition scheme to normal scheme, and then only he can accept the order. So we should know who can avail the scheme. We should also know who are not eligible to avail the scheme. And there is one concept called, if you are not eligible for the scheme, still you are availing the scheme, then you have to pay penalty under section 73/74 of the Act, under section 10 subsection 5. Under section 10 subsection 5. This concept covers which section? Section 10. 9 speaks about chargeability. 10 speaks about composition scheme. Once again, we should know who can avail. Turnover, manufacturer, trader, restaurant services. 1 rate 115. You should be from India. Then you cannot sell outside the state. That's option not available. You have to sell within the state. Next, I have to pay quarterly basis. I have to pay the tax on quarterly basis. Form number is CMP 08 18th of the following quarter. And 1% I have to pay 1, 1 and 5. I have to pay from own pocket. You cannot collect from the customer. You cannot avail input tax credit. The document what is issued to the customer is not called tax invoice, it's called bill of supply. And what is the logic behind this? The logic behind, now understand from customer's perspective. You are the customer. He is a customer. Two shops selling same goods. One is a composite dealer, one is a normal dealer. She will sell at 100 plus 18. She will sell at 100 plus 0 because she cannot add. As a customer, from where will he purchase? Who is selling the same product at 118 or same product at 100? 100. As a result, what happens to her sales? Sales. That's the reason she is happy to avail the scheme. And this scheme is only for small taxpayers. Turnover कितना रहना? For few states 75 lakhs, for other states 150 lakhs, not in the current year, immediately preceding financial year. Now let us understand with more practical example. If you are interested, ये देखो अब. Now listen, just dummy so that you understand much better manner. Financial year 24. I am a trader in goods. Can I avail the scheme in 23-24? First year of operations. Turnover कौन से साल का देखना फिर अब? Previous year. Do we have any turnover? No. So is it less than 150 lakhs? Then yes, I can avail. I'm assuming he is from Chennai. The trader is from Chennai. Can I avail in this year? Yes or no? Okay. My turnover in this year was 70 lakhs. How much tax I should pay to government? Trader ka rate baba 1%. How much 1%? 70. 70,000 will be divided again into two. Half to CGST, half to SGST. First year clear. Second year. Year 24. Can I avail the scheme in 24-25? For that, I need to check the turnover of last year. For that, I should need to check the turnover of last year. Turnover was, is it less than 150? Then I can avail in current year also. Now what happened? My year, bolo, starts from, ends on, till the month of, my turnover reach 150. Possible? Turnover reached 150. Then from here to, it is more 40 lakhs. Total 190 lakhs. Total 150 and 40. When did I touch 150? 31st? There is a section called 10.3. 10 subsection. The moment your turnover touches 150, I should inform government. I should inform 2 times. Now, one कब क्या inform करना? I am going from combination scheme to normal scheme, and I should also inform about my stock position. The moment I cross from the next bill, I should add GST in the bill and give to the customer. I should add, and that document is not called bill of supply now. That document will be called as tax invoice. tax invoice. And whatever you purchase from till uska input tax can be availed, because now you have shifted from to normal scheme. My total turnover nahi 190 lakhs, correct? No, 190 lakhs. Okay, now listen. Next year, can I avail common scheme in this year, year 3? Again, we should check turnover of previous year turnover. So you cannot avail. So ab ye saal, whenever I do any sales, I should add GST in the bill. And my turnover was 95 lakhs. Next year, can I avail in 26-27? Again, I should check previous year. Previous year, enta? Yes, I can avail, but only condition is I can avail in which year? I should inform auntie that I'm going again back from before the start of this year. I should inform before beginning of the year. I should inform. Then only it's possible. Then only it is possible. So every year I can do this gisgach, yes, subject to conditions. We should check the turnover. Which year ka turnover we should check? Not the current year. Immediately preceding financial year ka turnover we have to check. Any doubts? Why, any doubts? Oh, you're not asking doubts here. Either you're understanding 100%, that's not possible. Huh? One more thing you should remember. Whenever I apply for GST number, he will ask me an option whether you want to be a normal dealer or composite dealer. The choice is yours whether you want to opt for normal case or composite case. Normal dealer में क्या होता? I should add GST in the bill. Composite dealer में क्या होता? I cannot add. Now, if you are a normal dealer, सुनते जाओ. If you are and you're getting converted into composite, you cannot do in the middle of the year. It has to start from next year. That too I should inform government before the beginning. Whereas if you are a composite dealer and you're shifting from composite to, that can happen any time in the year, because any time your turnover can cross 150 lakhs. But if you're shifting from normal dealer to composite dealer, it cannot happen in the middle. It has to happen beginning of next year, provided you inform the government before the beginning of the financial year. This is 10 for manufacturer, trader, restaurant services. Now second case is any other service provider like chartered accountants can also avail this section. Only thing is, everything what I have taught is same. The limit is 50 lakhs. Aggregate turnover should not exceed 50 lakhs and the rate of GST is 6%. So you should remember like this: 1156. 1 for manufacturer, 1 for trader, 5 for restaurant services, 6 for any other service provider. One more point you have in this section: with manufacturer trading, I can provide certain services also up to a limit. A limit which is equal to 10% of the turnover of the last year or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. You have attended some classes of GST. But did you attend some classes of GST? Where? Institute only or somewhere private? But you're not feeling confident. At least you should have gone through at least once, no? Take it, leave it. Section 10 speaks about composition scheme. Any doubts? Now, just for your knowledge, go through this I'm sending you. Let me know if you want this. I'll share this also with you. Please pass on. Just go have a glance and pass on. Don't take a photo, sir. I'll send you. If you want, I'll send you. That is a summary chart on section 10. Your section 10 in your study material is around 50-60 pages. I can complete in one page. It is that. Sir, you're not understanding what I'm telling. No. I'll send to everyone. I'm just telling you, just have a go through this. Just have a glance and pass it on to the next student. So, levy and charge of GST has two section numbers. Section 9. Section 9. Chargeability. Section 10. Composition scheme. Section 8. Composite supply, mixed supply. Section 7. Supply. With these two topics, he can definitely ask 10 to 15 marks. With these two topics, that is supply, charge and levy of GST. Any doubts, please let me. I'll give you 2 minutes. Just think over. Open your books wherever you have attended. Read something. You're not able to follow, just raise your hand. Huh? No, 0.5. One more thing. For trader, it is on taxable supply. For manufacturer, taxable as well as exempt also will be considered. In our book, what I'm giving you, you have those examples. Correct. Correct. You need not read, sir. Just have a glance and pass it on. I'm just trying to explain. This is what I can give you for your help. That's the entire summary chart on composition scheme. Anything else? Please have a look of your notebook material. I'll give you 2 minutes. Any doubt you can ask. Take 2 minutes of your time. Yes. Understood. That is a wrong frame of the law. In order to calculate turnover, interstate, intrastate, within India, outside India, everything has to be included. Because the same definition we have in registration topic also. The definition is not changed there as well. So technically, even though you're not eligible, but that will be considered. That will be considered. For example, I'm a normal dealer in year 1. Normal dealer. I sold within the state 60 lakhs. Outside the state 20 lakhs. Total turnover 80 lakhs. Can I avail composition scheme in year 2 now? Yes or no? Yes, because my turnover does not exceed 150. But what is turnover calculation? It is 80 lakhs only, no? You can't say 60 lakhs is my turnover of last year. My turnover of last year is not 60, 80 because they have included not only within the state, they also included outside the state. He made in which year? Where I was a normal dealer. Now I want to convert in year 2 as composite dealer. What is the condition? I should check the turnover of previous year. Can I avail? Yes. One more thing I forgot to mention. Same example. What was the electronic name? Oh, shop. Sarvana. T Nagar. Crumpet. Now Act clarifies. If he wants to avail composition scheme, assuming he has क्या बोलते हैं two branches, he has to avail composition scheme for both the branches. There cannot be a scenario where he's availing normal scheme in one branch and composite scheme in another. That's not allowed. Consistency has to be maintained. Either be normal for both the branches or either be composition for both the branches. This is not possible that one you will say as normal, one you say as composite. That's not allowed under the law. That's not allowed. Either both normal or both composition. One normal, one composition is not allowed provided the PAN for both the GST numbers are same. Provided the PAN for both the GST numbers are same. Because in GST it's a PAN based registration. If you have PAN, you can apply for GST number. If you don't have PAN, first apply for PAN. Get the PAN and then go for GST number, except for NRTP cases. Non-resident taxable person, they can apply for GST without PAN with their passport details. With their passport details. Anything else, please? Please ask. Yeah? I want your concepts to be. Read your own books, whatever you are following. Read section 7, 8, 9, 10. Anything you have not understood, give the book to me. I'll explain. One more minute. Take. Aram se you take. Don't worry. Shall we continue? Okay. I was informed to give a break at 1:30. Just informing you guys. So we have more half an hour. In that half an hour, we can do one small topic called क्या है concept का नाम? Yeah, what about it, right? No? थोड़ा तो listen. What is this? And you can give me a brief, someone? This is a topic in a chapter name in your syllabus, just for your knowledge. Name of the chapter called e-way bill. Listen now. Shh. Let's understand the background and all. Act says, listen now. You are a seller. There is a seller from Tamil Nadu, buyer from Telangana. You're sending goods. You're sending what? Goods. Now Act says you're sending through a transport company. You're sending through a in a truck. जो भी है. So the rule is when you're carrying in a truck, three things are important. How many things are important? The driver should have a tax invoice for those goods. Driver should have what? That is issued by seller to buyer. That is mandatory. क्या रहना ड्राइवर के पास? Tax. A truck should have the goods in the vehicle. That what we should have what? Goods. In the law, vehicle is called conveyance. In the law, vehicle is called conveyance. And उसके साथ one more document you should have called e-way bill if the bill amount exceeds 50,000. This can be created through your tally in any software. You know, no accounting softwares. This you can generate through tally also, or you have a e-way bill website also. Through this you can generate the e-way bill. It is mandatory for the driver to have three things in the truck. Number one, tax invoice irrespective of the value of the goods. That's mandatory. Number two, provided bill. When I use here bill amount, it is including GST. Including GST. Assuming bill value is 45,000 plus 18% gives you 9,000. Total becomes 54,000. Then as the value exceeds 50,000, e-way bill is mandatory. Number three, it should have the goods in the truck. First thing, before starting the vehicle, you have to generate the e-way bill. It is into two parts, part A, part B. First, part A. It can be generated by the seller or the buyer, does not matter. What he will have? Goods, who is the seller, who is the buyer, the distance in the kilometers, and so on. Once part A is generated, part B will be generated by the transporter by mentioning the vehicle name, vehicle number, the driver number, driver name, and so on. Part A will have details about the goods. Part B will have details about the conveyance, vehicle number, driver ka naam, driver ka mobile number, and so on. Once both are completed, then only driver can start the vehicle and reach the destination. What if you don't have these documents and the GST officer stops your vehicle and finds out that the document is missing? We have the power to seize the goods. Seize, bole to means what? Retain. Retain the goods. Not only the goods, the vehicle also will be retained. And every day all over India, surprise checks will happen. Is happening from last 80 years. It happens in Chennai also, late nights, when the truck moves from one place to another place. Understand that. Now, when the goods are transferring from one place to another place, whether it's a supply or not does not matter. For example, the store name, two branches, Tinagar and assuming both have same GST number. stock transfer takes place? Is it a supply? When will it is supply? When both the branches have separate GST number. Assuming they have same GST number and stock transfer takes place, is it a supply now? No, that does not matter. Still, e-way bill is mandatory if the value of the goods exceeds 50,000. Whether a movement supply hai, nahi hai, does not matter. If it's a movement, this concept will apply. It will not apply for services. It will only apply for goods. It's a movement of goods should takes place. I'm sorry, sir. Uh, yeah, you will have a delivery challan. You'll have a document called delivery challan in that case, not a tax invoice. On the screen, let's understand slowly, slowly. First, understand the intention of the law. Number one, read simple, read. Number one, to track any goods moving from point 1 to point B, finance ministry should know the movement details. With that idea, this concept was introduced. Any movement happening anytime in India, anywhere, does not matter. This has to take place. Number two, to promote hassle free. ये छोड़ दो, ये पढ़ो. When will this concept apply? कहाँ है? ये कहाँ गया? Ah, it should not. It should. The value of the good should exceed 50,000. It includes. पढ़ो ये. CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST cess means 45,000 plus 9,000. 45,000 plus 9,000. 45,000 the base value, 9,000 GST, total amount. So, as this exceeds 50,000, it is mandatory for me to generate e-way bill. One more thing, there is a validity of the e-way bill also. We expect you to travel 200 kilometers per day if it's a normal vehicle. If it's a special vehicle called over-dimensional cargo, it is 20 kilometers. We expect you to travel minimum 200 kilometers in a day and 20 kilometers if it's a over-dimensional cargo. However, if you feel that you're not able to reach the destination within the time, with 8 hours before, you can change and inform the government that I'm not able to reach at appropriate time. अब ये सुनो. Listen now. Read this now. Movement of goods, services. Services, this concept will not apply. What is this? It can be a B2B transaction or B2C, does not matter. As long as it is movement of goods. Then whether it's within the state or outside the state also does not matter. Next, if it is, padho ye, special, there are 18 goods wherein even the value exceeds 50,000, e-way bill is not mandatory. Jewelry items, alcohol, liquor, handicrafts. If you're going through bullock cart, or rickshaws, not auto rickshaw, rickshaw. So there are 18 cases where even though the value might exceed 50,000, e-way bill is not mandatory. Then if it's a normal case, we check the value of the goods. If it is more than 50,000, it is mandatory. Less than 50,000, if you want to create, you can still create even though it is less than 50,000. Aapki marzi. But if it is more than 50,000, it becomes mandatory to generate the e-way bill. Okay. Now listen. Listen. Time of lead here. Time of generation. The person who causes the movement of the goods should generate the e-way bill. What do you mean the person who causes? Seller from Tamil Nadu, in my example. buyer from Telangana. I am sending the goods in my truck. I should generate. Buyer is sending his own truck. Buyer should generate. That's called, person who causes. If it is by any one of the three parties can generate. Number one, number two, number three. But if you're traveling, the goods are moved by air, water, either supplier or the recipient, not the transporter. Road se ja rahe, any one of three parties. Other than road, any one of two parties. The question is, when? Read this. Prior to commencement of movement, before he starts the truck. But if you're traveling by, if the goods are moved by water, after allowed, but before reaching the destination. If it is by road, before starting the truck. If it is by any other mode, it can happen after, during the transportation also, but before reaching the destination. और एक चीज याद रखना, assuming I'm moving the goods by railways, so I have the goods are moved from Telangana railway station, Tamil Nadu railway station to Telangana railway station. Along with the goods, I'll send the invoice. Goods reached kaha? Telangana. The railway officer will not give me the goods until I show him the e-way bill copy. That's mandatory. There's no other second thought about it. Okay. You read. Documents to be carried by person in charge. As person in charge bole to, in case of a roadways, driver is called person in charge. In case of airways, captain is called person in charge. In case of ship, captain. In case of train, the pilot is called person in charge. In the truck, what documents I should have? If you're the driver, क्या रहना आपके पास? You should have TI. You should also have e-way bill. That is what is given. So when, as a truck driver, I'm carrying certain goods from Telangana, from Tamil Nadu to Telangana, I should have, in support of the goods which are in my truck, the tax invoice, also e-way bill. God forbid you don't have the bills and it is caught by GST officer during the transit, heavy penalties interest will be levied. On whom? On whom? On supplier. On the supplier. It's as simple as it is. Will we levy charges on the transporter? Answer is no. It is not transporter's duty to generate e-way bill. Even the law says you can generate. It is a duty either of the supplier or the recipient to generate the e-way bill. वो सामान किसका है ट्रक में? ट्रांसपोर्टर का, सप्लायर का? Supplier ka. Then transport is no way connected here. Two parts we have, part A, part B. Now listen. Read this. E-way bill is in relation to supply, covered under 7(1)(a). What is 7(1)(a) today we covered? Sale, lease, rental, barter, exchange, all that nonsense agreed or made to be agreed for consideration in the courts or furtherance of business. Number two, for reasons other than, even though it's not a supply, does not matter. It means one branch is transferring goods from one branch to another branch and both having same GST number. Number three, due to inward supply, that's okay. I'll read this. If goods are transported by railways, the person in charge, that is the pilot, should have invoice copy. E-way bill has to be generated and shown at the time of delivery of goods. If not, delivery of the goods shall not happen. In case of roadways, I should generate e-way bill before starting the truck. In case of any other mode, you can generate after the movement also, but before reaching the destination. Before reaching the destination. Next, क्या है यहाँ देखो. Listen, I already told you, you will have two parts. Part B. Part A to be furnished by seller will fill all the details and give that information to whom? The transporter. Transporter B क्या करता? Part B where he will update vehicle number, mobile number, and so on. And so on. Listen this. Read this now. Read it loudly here. Cancellation. I generated the bill. I generated the e-way bill. Now that buyer is telling I don't want the goods. Possible? Possible? Second, I generated the bill. I generated the e-way bill, but I found out there is a mistake in the e-way bill. The value is mentioned wrong, quantity is wrong, something is wrong. Then ad gives you an option to cancel. There's a difference. I generated the e-way bill, which is WRONG. WRONG. You cannot modify, you cannot revise. Option is cancel and make it new one. But you cannot modify nor you can revise. You have the option within 24 hours to do the changes. After 24 hours, there is no option also to cancel. But when will you go for cancel? Goods not transported. Buyer has rejected the order. Or goods not transported as per furnished details. Something mentioned, quantity is mentioned wrong, value is mentioned wrong in the e-way bill. By mistake, arithmetical mistake. In that case, I have an option to cancel within 24 hours. I can cancel. But I cannot modify the existing one, nor I can revise the existing one. The only option is I can cancel it. After 24 hours, that is also not possible. So is this possible? Is this option possible? Definitely possible. Now listen. E-way bill has two parts. Which parts? Part A, Part B. Part B, कौन fill करता? Transport. 3 cases low. Part B filling is not required. Part B need not be filled. Read this. We'll read together. Where the goods are transported for a distance up to 50 kilometers. If the goods are moved up to 50 kilometers, I am not telling e-way bill is not mandatory. What I am telling is Part B is not mandatory. E-way bill has to be generated. Only Part A has to be filled. What I am telling is Part B need not be filled. Next one. From the place of business of the consignor to the place of the business of the transporter for further transportation. I am sending goods. Seller कहाँ का है? Seller. तमिलनाडु. Buyer कहाँ का है? Telangana. I will directly send to Telangana. I will send to my transporter place. I will send to transport. Seller from T Nagar. Transporter office Krompet. I'll send my goods from T Nagar to up. Wahat Part B is not required. Because I'm not selling. I'm just moving from one place to, from here the goods will start. So in that case, I'm not telling e-way bill is not mandatory. I'm just telling Part B is not mandatory. E-way bill is definitely mandatory. Part B is not mandatory. Okay. Same case we have for that also. The last one. Listen. Listen now. Goats have moved from Tamil Nadu to Telangana. The officer has stopped the vehicle. Possible? Random checking. Now we should know what is the rights of GST officer. Read number 1. Right to stop any vehicle to verify the invoice, e-way bill and the physical goods. All three should match. When I'm saying 100 quantity in the bill, there should be 100 chocolates only in the truck. It should not be 99. It should also not be 101. 100 is mentioned. Quantity should also be 100 only. That he has a right to check as a GST officers. Number 2, right to install. That is not for you. Number 3, verification of conveyance ante vehicle. Verification of vehicle. Number 4, once the stops any vehicle, he shall submit a report to government in this form number. I should inform government that this vehicle I have stopped, this is what I have checked, and this is correct or this is not correct. Who should inform to whom? GST officer should inform to Ministry of Finance. Then what is the right of transporter? Truck driver का right क्या है? Read now. If the vehicle is detained for more than 30 minutes, the transporter can upload the information in form. So the moment my vehicle is stopped beyond, I should inform the government, listen, at this place, this officer has retained my goods, my vehicle. So you have to stop. That time limit duration will not apply to me now because they are checking my goods and the vehicle. So officer also should inform government. The driver also should inform government that this is what is happening. Now what happens if during the checking e-way bill is not found by the officer? Under section 122, you have to pay a penalty of 10,000 or tax evaded, whichever is higher. Whichever is, assuming it's a good worth 10 lakhs. उस पे GST e-way bill is not there. 10 lakhs का 18%. 18 lakhs, 10 lakhs का 18%. So 10,000 or 1,80,000, whichever is, anta penalty pay karna. Not only that, it can also result in confiscation of the goods and the conveyance. The truck also will be confiscated. Goods also will be confiscated. Truck also will be confiscated. So it's a very important parameter in the GST law that any movement of goods happening anywhere in India, it has to be supported via e-way bill, provided the value of the goods exceeds 50,000. Exceeds 50,000. And read this, point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4. How many cases? Law has clarified these 4 people cannot generate e-way bills. These 4 people cannot generate. Example, you are not filing your returns on time. You are not filing your composite returns on time. 5-6 months returns are pending. Then we will not allow you, and the portal will disable you for generation of e-way bill. Now what happens, you understand. ये पढ़ेंगे एक बार. A person paying tax has not furnished the returns for 2 months. Seller from Tamil Nadu. Buyer from, assuming from last 3 years I am not filing my returns. What will government do? Might disable the e-way bill login details. I got an order from Telangana worth 1 crore. Can I send the goods? Can I send the goods? So I will lose a customer also. I lose my revenue also. So says if you want to continue your business, ensure that you are filing all your returns on time. If you don't do that, we will disable your e-way bill and you indirectly we will stop you from selling the goods and doing the business. But provided you are a violator of the law. If you're not a violator of the law, you can definitely send the goods and sell the goods to the respective customer. This is in short summarized form of summarized form of any doubts? Any doubts? Listen now. Up to 200 kilometers it is 1 day. This is for normal case, but if it's an over-dimensional cargo, the limit is 20 kilometers because that cannot travel more than that. That's the speed they have set. That's a validity. Assuming, listen now, what does it mean? Basic terms. It's a normal truck. The distance from Tamil Nadu to Telangana, assuming is 700 kilometers. How many? Divide by 200 you should do. How much will get? उसके भी calculator कहेगा बाबा 3 point you leave 0.5 you round up to the next one within 4 days it should reach the destination. Simple. The logic behind this rule is they want the movement to happen as soon as possible. Logistics is the backbone for any country. Logistics industry, we want that to happen as soon as possible. What if you're not able to reach within 4 days? 8 hours before the expiry of 4 days, you should inform the government, I am stuck somewhere this way. Please allow me to extend some time. That is also allowed to you. But you should inform Epudu 8 hours before the expiry. That is allowed. Normal case validity 200 kilometers. Over dimensional cargo validity 20. Now, I am sending 3 types of goods from Tamil Nadu to Telangana: chocolates, electronics, and books. I have 3 invoices, but the customer name is same. Each bill value is more than 1 lakh. So the question is, should I generate 3 e-way bills or 1 e-way bill? Rule clarified. How many invoices are issued? Then if 3 invoices are issued, e-way bills also should be 3. Later on, you can consolidate all 3 into 1. That option is yours. But mandatory you have to issue 3. If there are 10 invoices, 10 e-way bills. If there are 1 invoice, 1 e-way bill. If there are 2 invoices, 2 e-way bill. But later on, you have an option to consolidate. That is up to you whether you want to consolidate or not. That is this part. 1 invoice, 1 e-way bill. That means if multiple invoices are generated to same party, multiple e-way bills are to be generated. However, after generating all these e-way bills, one consolidated e-way bill can be prepared for the transportation purpose for the goods going in one vehicle. That option is yours. And what is this? Validity. Now listen. Shh. Listen. Oh, fine. Validity period shall be counted. Fine. Take it. Now listen. Date. Date. Time. 1:30. What? PM. Goods are starting from 780 kilometers. What is the validity? 780 by 200. How many? So now Act clarifies. 4 days कहाँ से देखते? Act clarifies. Your day one will start. What is the date I issued the e-way bill? You should go 21/4/26. From midnight it starts. You should not calculate 4 days from here. That's not allowed. You should go to the next day. From here it should be 4 days. It means the goods should reach the destination on or before 25 4 11 59 p.m. If I'm not able to reach due to any reason can be curfew हो गया, गाड़ी खराब हो गई, can happen, right? Then what is the option given in the law? Inform that this happened, we will extend it. That's not an issue. That's definitely not an issue. He can definitely ask one question on, for sure. If you have understood this, at least the concept should be very clear. Any doubts? Doubts? That goods list you want? That goods list, यहाँ पे वो आता, नेट आता. I'll tell you the list. Wait. How to type now? I'll send you the list. There are 1920 list we have. One is petrol, alcohol, diesel, and so on. I'll send you the list. Anything else? We meet in half an hour or 40 minutes? We meet you now in the next half an hour or 45 minutes. Bolo. So we meet you at 2:15 or 2:20. The class will be till 5. And post the break, I'll start with ITC utilization, manner of utilization of ITC and distribution, and payments chapter में how to link the cash ledger, credit ledger, liability ratio, what does that indicate, input tax credit, section 16, section 17, block credit. Anything else you want me to cover, please let me know. I'm coming here for you. Anything you want me to cover specifically, you can ask me. We meet in 40 minutes. Thank you so much. Fine. Fine. Let's just give us half an hour. We'll complete this concept also. Concept of registration. I don't know how many of you are aware. It starts from section 22, ends on section 30. What is 7? 7 supply. 8 8 8 composite or mixed supply. 9, chargeability. 10, okay. Now listen. Shh. Read this question. Read this question. Who should go for GST registration? The answer is given under 4 acts, 4 concepts. First answer is given under section 22, where you have 4 cases. Next answer is given under section 24, you have 12 cases. One is called VR, voluntary registration. One is called suo moto registration. VR means what? Voluntary. Listen, we'll understand the background. First section में how many cases? Huh? If you fall under any one of those 4 cases, we have to go for GST registration. If you fall under any one of those 12 cases, you have to go for GST registration. 4 plus 12. You don't fall under 16. Still you want to go. That's called voluntary registration. Next, 4 plus 12. 4 plus 12. You fall under any one of the 16. Still you didn't apply. Still you, then government will automatically allot you the GST number. That's called suo moto registration. So 4 types we have: 22 registration, 24 voluntary, suo moto. The first section. First section 22. How many cases? 4 cases. उसमें first case is if your turnover crosses some criteria or amount, you have to apply for registration. Now next question should be what is the criteria? It is more than 10 lakhs, more than 20 lakhs, more than 40 lakhs. So what is the turnover criteria and amount we have? 10, 20. Usme bhi we have a type. Type is if you are dealing only in goods, dealing only in services, dealing in both goods and services. Story clear? क्या हो रहा है यार? हाँ. Once again, first category only goods. Criteria is पढ़ो. These are the 4 states. Read the full short form. T, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. If you are doing a business there and business related to goods and turnover crosses 10 lakhs, it is compulsory for you to go for GST registration. Next one, second category क्या है? Turnover more than 20 lakhs. This is Puducherry, Sikkim, Puducherry, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Arunachal Pradesh, Telangana, I'm writing here, don't have space, and Meghalaya. For them, what is the limit? 20 lakhs. This is others. So which state we are in right now? Tamil Nadu. If you are into a Kirana shop, they should go for GST number only if the turnover exceeds 40 lakhs in the current year. We don't check the limit of the previous year, we check the limit of the current year. Next one, if you are dealing into service, same states. Same states ante Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, and 20 lakhs for others. This is not allowed. What is not allowed? 40 lakhs is not applicable for services. 40 lakh limit is only for goods. Next, if it is goods plus service, do. This is also others. This is also not allowed. The first rule, the limit of 40 lakhs is for which category? If you're if you're only into goods, if you're into services or goods plus service, the limit will be 10 or 20. It is turnover of all the branches all over India under single pan will be considered as an aggregate turnover. It includes both nil rated supply, exempt supply, non-taxable supply, taxable supply, everything will be included for the purpose of calculating aggregate turnover. और एक चीज they have clarified. I have one kirana shop in loudly one kirana shop in Tamil Nadu. Then if you have one shop in these 4 states and one shop in other states, the limit will be reduced to 10 lakhs only. The limit will be reduced to 10 lakhs. It means if I have a kirana shop in Manipur, my turnover in the shop is 8 lakhs. In Tamil Nadu, it is 11 lakhs. Total 19 lakhs. What is the limit for Manipur? I should go for registration. What is limit for Tamil Nadu? Technically 40, but if I have one branch in these 4 states, the limit of 40 will be reduced to 10. So I should go for registration in Tamil Nadu also. Provided from Manipur, I am dealing in taxable supply. Recent में क्या पूछा है? Chiller, this ICI is only confusing you. Listen now. M 7 lakhs taxable good. Tamil Nadu 11 lakhs. You're into taxable good. Total I should go for registration in both the states. Manipur 7 lakhs. You are into liquor business. Tamil Nadu 11 lakhs liquor business. Total 18 lakhs. First of all, if you are into liquor, it's called non-taxable supply. There is no need for registration. If not required in Manipur, it is not required in Tamil Nadu also. Now give me this. I have a shop in Telangana, 18 lakhs. Tamil Nadu, 11 lakhs. Total 29 lakhs. Should I go for registration in Telangana? I'm into goods. Should I go for registration in Telangana? हाँ बाबा ये 20 lakhs में तेलंगाना नहीं है क्या? P Pondicherry, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Arunachal Pradesh, Telangana, Meghalaya. So 20 lakhs limit is for Telangana. Now tell me, should I go for GST registration? Here. Yes or no? Yes. In Tamil Nadu, not required. There is no rule that if I have registered in one state, I should get registered in another state. There's no rule as such. All depends on your TURNOVER, your turnover criteria. Similarly, my Telangana mate is 18, Tamil Nadu mate is 21, 21, 24. Total becomes 42. Should I go for registration in Telangana? Yes. In Tamil Nadu also, because we check this turnover. So, section 22 lo how many cases we have? 4. Usme the first criteria we are talking about, turnover criteria. 10, 20, 40. This is for goods. If your service related, 10, 20. Service plus good related, 10 and 20. And one more thing. Oh, remember, if you are a manufacturer of ice cream, tobacco, you cannot avail. You cannot avail. You cannot avail composition scheme. For those categories, 40 lakh limit will not apply. Ante, if you are in Tamil Nadu and your manufacturer of tobacco, that is related to G. G means goods. Technically for goods there are 3 limits, 10, 20, 40. But if you manufacture those products, your limit will be reduced from 40 to 20 lakhs. That you need to remember. Next, case 1 is which criteria? Turnover criteria. Case 2, in case of slum sale, transferee should go for GST registration. Who should go? Slum sale is covered under Income Tax Act under section 50B of Income Tax Act, if I remember. Category, in case of amalgamation, in case of amalgamated company should go for GST registration. And number 4, migration. What my migration? Before GST, we had a concept called who were registered in this act should automatically get registered under GST also. Usko bolte migration. So what are the 4 cases we have? I forgot under section 22. Number 1, turnover criteria. Number 2, slum sale. Number 3, amalgamation. And number 4, migration. Both who were registered before under earlier laws, we should automatically get registered under GST. Next, section. This is called CR. Compulsory registration. Ikkada turnover need not be checked. Bole to, even if your turnover is 1 paisa, how much? 1 rupee also, you should go for GST registration. Usme number 1, if you are, read this, NRTP or CTP under section 27. What is CTP full form? Casual taxable person ante, you are registered in one state. You are registered in, but you are getting an opportunity to sell the goods from other state also, or provide services from other states. Then we use a concept of CTP, full form. I am into jewelry business from Tamil Nadu. There is an exhibition of jewelry in Telangana next month, and I want to participate in that exhibition. Act says allowed. You can participate, but you should get registered in Telangana from Tamil Nadu to participate in the exhibition to be held in Telangana, I should get a temporary GST number 5 days before the exhibition date. 5 days. And I should also calculate my estimated sales and pay advance tax 5 days before the event. And I should take a registration in Telangana called casual taxable person, whose validity will be maximum 90 days, which can be further extended to more 90 days. Once the exhibition is done, I should inform the government sales made by me in the exhibition by filing a return, GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B. Once the return is filed, I should apply for cancellation of the GST number, not of Telangana, not of Tamil Nadu, but of Telangana. So that is called care. Another example is I am an event manager from Tamil Nadu. I have been called upon to conduct a marriage event of Mukesh Ambani's son in Jamnagar. Where is Jamnagar? Which state? Gujarat. I am registered in Tamil Nadu, but I have to provide services from Gujarat. So before entering the Gujarat, 5 days before I enter the Gujarat, I should take a number from Tamil Nadu in Gujarat in the form of casual taxable person, temporary number. Okay, that need to be taken care of. So if you are providing CTP, then I should go for what? Compulsory registration under section 24. Next, if you are providing, read, if you are providing, both you are selling from one state to another state, it is compulsory for you to apply GST number. However, this concept will not apply for handicraft goods. Which goods? For that we have a limit of 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs. Next, if you fall under 9.3 and 9.4 cases. What is 9.3 and 9.4 cases? RCA, where who is liable to pay the tax? Then recipient should go for GST number. Next, if you are liable to deduct TCS under section, in my morning example it is Amazon, should also go for GST number. Moreover, if you are liable to deduct TDS under section 51, then also it is compulsory for you to go for registration. And if you are, read this, supply goods, supply services through ECO. In my example, it was Rohit Plastics, if I remember. In my example, it was Rohit Plastics. What is they doing? Supplying goods through e-commerce. Goods के लिए we have a limit. If it is up to 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs, not required. If it is greater than that, go for. But for services, there is no limit. You have to go for compulsory registration. Section 22 also says go for registration. 24 also says go for registration. And one more, if I don't know, ISD bolte हम, input service distributor, that is covered in final under section 19 of the act. So these people should go for compulsory registration. एक बार repeat करेंगे 24. Start reading now. Number 1, NRTP and CTP. What is the concept here? You are registered in one state, but you want to provide goods, services from another state also on a temporary basis due to an exhibition. Then you should apply for this concept called casual taxable. Now, what is NRTP? Where is the exhibition? In my example, where was the exhibition? Telangana. A Japan jeweler wants to attend the exhibition. Who? Who? That fellow should go for NRTP concept. Person from India should go for CTP. Outside India people should go for, the concept remains the same for both, but name is changing. Number 2, interstate बोलतो. Interstate ante person selling from one state to another state. Number 3, you have a limit of 10 lakhs and 20 lakhs. Number 4, RCM, if you're falling under 9(3) or who should pay the tax. If they have to pay the tax, they should have the number. If you want to write ICA exam, you should have SRO number. Similarly, if recipient has to pay the GST, recipient should have GST number. Next, liable to deduct TDCS, liable to deduct and supply of goods through ACO. Also, in my example, Amazon should also go for GST number. Rohit Plastics also should go for GST number. Now, what is third case? ये क्या है? What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? You do not fall under 22. 4 cases. You do not fall under section 24 cases also, but still you want to apply for GST. Can you apply? Act says yes, we have no problem. Why will we have a problem? In that case, it is called as voluntary registration. What is this 22? Either 22 you fall or 24 may you fall. Still you did not go for registration. Then Act says we will allot you on our behalf. So this is section. Section 22, 24, VR, Suamoto. Correct? Then we have one section called, read now heading. No 23 says don't go for registration. It's an opposite of 22 and 24. 22 says go. 24 also says go. 23 says agriculture field, agriculturist. If you are providing exempt supplies, what are you providing? Exempt supply. Number 3, listen. Advocate providing legal services to enforcers. Possible? Possible. This service is covered under 9394 of the Act. What is 9394? RCM. He is the provider, he is the recipient. Who should pay the tax? Loudly, yeah. Enforcers pay what? GST. Under section 24, go for same concept now says advocate don't go for GST number. Who should not go? Because who is going for the GST number? So you don't go for GST number. That is covered under section 23 of the Act. Concept को समझो sir. Number, if your aggregate turnover is less than 10, 20 and 40, then also no need for GST number. So what does 22 says? Once again, I forgot. 22, 4 cases, go for GST number. 24, 12 cases, go for GST number. VR, voluntary registration. Even though you don't fall, I can go. What is suo motu registration then? Technically, you fall under any one of those 16 cases. Still, you have not applied for GST, and in government comes to know about it, they will allot it automatically, and they'll also ask you to pay interest and penalty because you have failed to register. Now, when should I apply for registration? If you are a CTP, NRTP fellow, who? CTP, 5 days before the exhibition. In any other case, the moment my turnover crosses the limit, within 30 days I should apply. Within 30 days. General rule is within 30 days. But for NRTP, CTP case, it is 5 days prior. Now, if you are applying registration under one act, I hope you know then we have CGST Act, SGST Act, IGST Act, UTGST Act. You apply registration under any, it is deemed that you are registered under all the acts of the GST. And it's not renewed every year. It's a lifetime, one-time registration. Till the concern is going concern, the number is VALID, valid. Nothing. You need not renew the certificate, need not renew the GST number. It's a PAN-based number. PAN-based ante, without PAN, you cannot apply for GST number. If I don't have PAN, what should I do? First apply PAN and then apply the GST number. But for NRTP, that concept will not apply. They can apply with passport details. That's not an issue. It's a state-based registration. What means state-based? If I have 29 branches in one branch in all the states of India, I should go for 29 GST registrations. 29? Yes. However, if I have multiple branches in the same state, T Nagar and Krompet, then the option is mine. Should I go for different for both branches or same? That's okay. That's option is mine. However, if you have 2 branches in the state, one in normal area, one in SEZ, one in, then I should go for separate 2 registration. The akkada option nahi milta aapko. Because the moment you have a unit in special economic zone, compulsory that unit or branch should have a different GST number. There is no option for that. 22, 24 is clear. What is 23 then? 23. Not liable for. So don't go for registration. I mean, देखो. We know what is 22. What is 22? 24. Speaks about. What is 23? Now read this. What is this? Exam mein this is not important. You have to fill a form, all this nonsense. Within 7 days, they will verify everything is fine. They'll allot you the number. In RC, if nothing is fine, they'll give you a notice. All that nonsense. 27 speaks about CTP, NRTP. Correct? Read this now. Read this now. 28 speaks about, loudly, 28 speaks about amendment in. You got the number. You got the? Uske baad something is happening. Your mobile number got changed. What got changed? Or email ID. Or any other change. Any other change can be, assuming it's a partnership firm. Which firm? New partner is admitted. Old partner retired. Assuming it's a company. there is change in MOA, Memorandum of Association, or change in AOA, or the location of the business is changed. Anything has happened other than these two. These two are called non-core fields. These two are called what? Any other change will be called core fields. Non-core field bole to it will be approved by the software without officer approving your change. Core field mein you should support with the documents. Then only the GST officer will accept the changes. Assuming new partner is admitted, what proof can I give him? Revised partnership deed can be given. Assuming change in name, I have changed the objects clause of the company. What should I give him now? I should give him the ROC form filed with the registrar and the approval certificate from the registrar. Clear? What may amendments in registration amendment bolto? After you get the number, any changes happened. Mobile number, email ID, bank account is changed. I have closed my HDFC bank account, opened in ICICI bank account. So government says if after getting the number you have changed anything, it is your duty to inform us. Either through non-core fields or through core fields. वो आपकी मर्जी. That depends on which field is amended. And then if everything is done, this section is complied with. Section number 28 speaks about what? Amendment in registration. 28 के बाद next number, if I remember, after 28 what is the next number? 20, cancellation of GST registration. Two cases. Taxpayer will cancel or department will cancel. Possible? Taxpayer बोलते कौन? No. Taxpayer ante कौन? In my example, वो क्या नाम है stores का? वापस Sarvana stores is cancelling the number. When is that possible? Death of the sole proprietor. The businessman only died. What will you do with GST number? Number 2. Read this now. Read this now. Transfer of. I have sold my business to you. My PAN and your PAN will be different. I will cancel. You will apply. समझ में आ रहा? I will cancel and you will apply. I am closing down my business. Possible? I am closing down my business. In these three cases, and next, shift of business to another state. What is it be point 2 and point 4? क्या डिफरेंस है पॉइंट 2 और पॉइंट 4 में? पॉइंट 2 में आई एम सेलिंग माय बिजनेस. पॉइंट 4 में आई एम क्लोजिंग in Tamil Nadu and opening in Telangana. So what should I do? I should cancel in Tamil Nadu and apply in Telangana. That's the difference. Next one क्या है? Who will cancel? I have not filed my returns for 3 months. I have not filed what? Which returns? Which returns? GST returns. ये 6 months हो गया. Okay. Not filed returns for 6 months. And you went for VR. VR बोल तो? हाँ? And 6 months say you have not started your business. Only for time pass you took the number. You went for VR. VR का full form वापिस बोलो. Voluntary registration. Next, you have violated Rule 10A. The question is what is? What is? Remember this. Read now. Read together. क्या है पढ़ो. First step to do after getting the. Anyone can help me? Read now. I should update my bank details on, for which I'll be giving a time limit of 30 days. That's the first step you do the moment you get the registration number. This is the first activity you're supposed to do. If you do, well and good. If you don't do, that's called violation of Rule 10A. Your number gets cancelled. Okay? Anyone else can add this list? Anyone? Bolo baba. Anyone? Anyone? If you have obtained the registration by fraud or misrepresentation of facts, then also what happens to your number? Your number gets cancelled. And if you violate Rule 86B, you know what is Rule 86B? Rule 86B bolta, if your turnover crosses 50 lakhs per month, how much? You should pay GST through cash ledger to the extent of 1% of the liability. पढ़े थे कहीं तो भी ऐसा? No. No. But you are studying GST for your exam, then this must have been covered somewhere by your faculty. Rule 86B. If your turnover crosses 50 lakhs per month, you have to pay GST through the cash ledger. Once again on the last time. What does section 29 says? Two cases. You are cancelling on your own or department is cancelling. Next are the last section of the chapter. Section. Department cancelled your number. Department, because you have not updated, assume karo, not updated bank details within. Now you are writing a letter to department. Department, I'm sorry. It's a mistake. I did not update bank details within. I am ready to do now. Please give back my number. Please give back my. That is called revocation of cancellation of GST. Means my number is already cancelled and I am requesting him to convert the cancellation into active mode and give back my certificate again. It's a mistake, I agree. हो गई गलती. I will not do, I promise. Give back my number. That provision is covered under section 30. Revocation of cancellation of GST. Last time, 22. Who should go for GST? 4 cases. 24. Who should go for GST? 12 cases. VR. Even though you don't fall under 16 cases, you can go. Suo moto. Actually, you should have the number you don't have. We will give you the number. 23. Not liable for registration. Don't go for number. Not required. 25. Procedure. That is only for procedure, not for exam point of view. 27. CTP, NRTP concept. 28. Amendment in registration. 29 is cancellation of the number, and 30 after 29 you want your number back because you are ready to comply with the provisions now. 26 is called deemed registration. Bole to, if you are registered under any one of the act, it means you are registered under all other acts of GST. That's called deemed registration. Any doubts on the registration? Check your books. 5 minutes. Anything you want me to repeat or explain from your material, I'll explain. Please check. कुछ भी देख लो sir. Anything, anywhere. Anyone? Anyone? Sure? Anyone, anything? Fine. Now listen. Please understand. X sold to Y sold to Z. And your client is Mr. Y. 100 plus 18 total he purchased from X. ठीक है, selling to Z 300 plus 54 354. Clear? Who are we? Who is our client in this particular transactions? Mr. Y. What is GST formula for Mr. Y now? Huh? Output tax minus input tax. What is that? Output tax. Output tax means what? How much he collected on sales? How much he collected? 54. What my input tax? How much he paid on purchases? Total he should pay now. He should pay now. Now, what is this? How much? How much? Loudly, yeah. Rule says we can deduct only when 7 conditions are satisfied. वापिस बोलो, we can deduct that 18 rupees only when 7 conditions are. Condition number, Y should have GST number. अपना client का नाम क्या है? Y. He should have, and this is covered under section 16.1 and 16.2 of the Act. What I'm covering right now is covered under section 1, 16.2. Repeat the first condition, I forgot. Baba, repeat the condition here. Y should have GST number. What is the proof that Y paid 18 rupees to X? बोले तो Y should have TI. What is TI? Which he should get from X. That is the second condition. Making sense? Third one, Y shall receive the goods. I shall receive the goods. Number, read this. X 80 into garment. X shall pay 18 rupees to garment. What is that 18 rupees? The tax component. Next number, read this now. Read now, yeah. Y shall pay 354 to within 180 days. What we are covering is I can deduct that 18 rupees only when 7 conditions are satisfied. Number 1, your client should have GST number. Number 2, I should get an invoice copy from my creditor. Creditor is X for me. Number 3, I shall receive the goods. Number 4, X shall pay 18 to. That will happen while filing 3STR 3B. Number 5, I shall pay the entire amount within, and Y shall file GST returns. And number 6, why did you buy the goods? Why did you buy the goods? So the transaction should be in the course or furtherance of business. If these 7 conditions are satisfied, my formula will be 54 minus 18. If any one of the condition is not satisfied, it will be 54 minus 0. And the moment we write this minus 18, क्या लिखते? What we write? Minus. That value will be called ITC. 18 is called input tax. 18 is called. But if you are writing minus 18, that value will be now called as input tax credit. The formula is to ensure there is no cascading effect. There is no double taxation. And ये कौन है ये? Who is this? Who is this? This fellow. This fellow कौन है ये? Who is this? Final consumer. How much he is paying as a tax amount? Huh? So government should get 54 at the end of the day, out of which X will pay 18. X will pay and Y will pay. Y will pay 36. Entire. So what is Y doing? Y is not paying anything from the pocket. What is Y doing? Collecting from and paying. It's an outflow not to Y. It's an outflow to final consumer. It's not to Y, just collecting and paying. Sir, kuch nahi kar raha. And what is deducting 18? 18 is deducted because he already paid that amount 2x in the form of GST, which X will deposit to government. If we don't have this formula, it will result in double, which is definitely not good for investments in India. So this is the logic. Give me the 7 conditions once again. I forgot. Number 1, you should have the number. Number 2, what's the proof that you paid? That's an invoice copy. Number 3, goods. There is a clarification that I ordered, I am X, he's X, I am Y, he's Z. He sent to me, I sent to him. Did I receive the goods? Yes. Can this happen? I am informing him to directly send to Z. Possible? That's called bill to ship to model. Then it is clarified that I have received the goods, deemed received of goods, even though actually I have not received. He directly sent it to Z. Still, that condition will be deemed to be satisfied and received in case of bill to ship to model cases. Next क्या था? हाँ, क्या था बाबा next? X shall pay 18 to government. Y shall pay 354 entire amount within 180 days. Y shall file, and the purpose of Y buying the goods shall be in the course or furtherance of business. If these conditions are satisfied, then I can deduct ITC. If nothing is satisfied, anyone is not satisfied, then I cannot deduct. Manner and utilization of this is very important. I am hope you know. Still, let us read on the screen. Simple examples I'll start. Clear? Output tax 100. Input tax 80. Can I deduct? Answer is yes. Now what's the net value? Plus 20 plus 20. If it is positive, means you have to pay now by generating a challan, and once the payment is made, it will be reflected in electronic cash ledger. Reflected in where? Electronic cash ledger. Okay. Now next. ठीक है? Next, if it is 130, 130, now what happens? Minus 30 minus, this is called, this will be carry forward. This will be what? Carry forward. I hope in your Income Tax Act you have a concept called set off and carry forward of losses. है नहीं है? Assuming you have a house property loss of 3 lakhs, there is no other income. What will you do? Carry forward. For how many years you can carry forward? You can carry forward for 8 years. Speculative loss and loss from maintenance and activity of owning horse races can be carried forward for 4 years. Any other loss, 8 years. But 2 losses for unlimited years, that is unabsorbed depreciation and specified business loss under 35 AD. Here you can carry forward for unlimited years till the business is alive, still going concern. There is no time limit for that. Okay, positive है तो क्या क्या होता? Pay. नेगेटिव है तो carry forward. Till here clear? Now listen. OT, IT. Let me take the values. Wait. 100, 100, 100, 130, 100, 100, 100, 130, 85, on the screen. See GST, SGST, IGST. Clear? Clear? Now the rule says, what is OT values? 100, 100, 100. CGST, SGST, IGST. The rule is, first I should write, read very clearly. First I should write IT. IT means input only of the IGST value. Only of the IGST. कितना है? कितना है? 130. Only IGST value. Now take the total again. 100, 100 minus 30. Minus. Next rule is, if this is negative, which is negative? Loudly, which is negative? The rule is to make it 0. The next rule is to make it 0. Now, how can I make minus 30 to 0? I should write here plus 30. Then only it will become 0. Once again, if IGST is negative, the first rule is to make it 0. Provided, what is this? Minus. Provided I have a positive values to the extent of 30 rupees. I have positive value to the extent of 200 here. So I can make it 0. समझ में आ रहा? So the next rule is I should make it 0. So to make it 0, this should be plus 30. Now I can write any value in anywhere, in any manner, in any order, in any proportion. There is no rule as such. Ante, I can write 2010. I can also write 1515. I can also write 129. I can also write 29 1. There is no restriction under the law. Absolutely no restriction. So, but for easy purpose, let us write. क्या लेंगे बोलो? Equal minus 15. So this becomes 85, 85. Now you write less input tax. Which values you have to write now? 85 था ये, 85 नहीं था, sorry, I made a mistake. 60 and 70 था, sorry. This is 60, 75. Huh. 60, 75. Now give me the total. Plus 25, plus 10, 0. Plus ante what? You have to pay now. Remember, first क्या करना? Pay. Then ఏమైతుంది reflected in? Loudly, yeah. Once it is done, then only you are allowed to file 3B of that particular month. They are not concerned with your return. They are more concerned with your tax. So the software is prepared in such a manner, unless tax is paid, return cannot be filed. So if the values are positive, you have to do three things. Number one, you have to first create the challan, pay the challan, and once you pay, it will be reflected in cash ledger. Then once you file the return, that is the objective. That is the objective. Will you do one example for me now? Note down. Right, CGST, SGST, IGST. OT 300,000. IT 200, 1300. Do this and show me. You answer. Yes, anyone answer? Huh? It should be minus 50, no? Minus 50, minus 50. Total 100, okay. Now listen. Can anyone help me with this? How to do this? 100, 100, 100. CGST, HGST, IGST. This is OT. First, what should I deduct? IGST. How much? 80. Remember these two values. Huh? ठीक करो कितारा 100, 100 plus 20. This concept this will make 0 only if it is negative. If it is positive, there is no concept of making it 0. Now what should we write? Less IT. What is CGST IT? 150 and SGST 110. निकालो. Minus 15, minus 10, plus 20. Okay. Now CGST is negative, SGST is also, IGST is. Now can I set off this and this, this and this? Answer is yes. Answer is yes. I hope you know this. 100, 100, CGST, SGST, OT, IT 60, this is 150. निकालो अब कितना आ रहा? Plus 40 minus these two cannot be set off. SGST cannot be set off with SGST and vice versa. It's like in income tax. Business losses cannot be set off with income from salary. If I remember the Income Tax Act. Here, SGST cannot be set off with CGST and CGST cannot be set off with IGST. But CGST can be set off with IGST. IGST also can be set off with IGST. Rule now is, this is not an option. If this is negative, this is, and this is, first CGST को 0 बनाना. किसको 0 बनाना? कैसा बनाते 0? Plus minus 15. Then still we have how much value left? So here will be plus 5 minus 5. This becomes 0. This will be 5. This is called C/F. Carry forward. In the exam, you make this as 0. In the exam, it's vice versa. Vice versa bolto. This is minus 5 and this is 0 marks will be given. Because the rule is first we should make CGST to be set off with IGST and balance, if any, SGST will be set off with IGST. That's not an option, that's a rule which you have to follow. No second thought about it. If you want to copy this example, choice is yours. Nahi to chhod do. And I'm being told at 5:30, 3:30 you should give a break for chai. I don't know why you need a chai, but still it's okay. You can take a 5 minutes break. Any example you want me to cover from your book, we can discuss. Any example, how to do this manner and utilization of input tax credit. Very important this is. We'll meet you in 10 minutes. Just brief you regarding what is expected out of you in the last 1 hour. That'll be more better. Listen now. In your GST, the first question will be compulsory, which will be carrying 10 marks. He will ask you simple GST calculation. In income tax also, question 1 will be compulsory, that also fair, 10 marks. There he will ask you calculate the tax. In income tax he will ask you calculate income tax. In GST will calculate. Yes. In order to do this, he can either ask whether calculate tax under default regime or under optional regime. Default regime is nothing but called new regime and optional is called old regime, where the tax rates are different. Under new regime, you have 0 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 12, 12 to 16, 16 to 20, 20 to 24, more than 24. Under old regime, depending upon the age, 2.5 for less than 60 years, 3 lakhs, 60 to 79, 80 and above, 5 lakhs. So we need to be careful. Thode provisions mein you get benefit under old regime, you don't get benefit under new regime. If you're interested, I can spend 10 minutes on that. Which one? Which one? Old regime, new regime. Under which act? Under a chapter called, please be careful, under a chapter called House for SOHP property. Which property? 24B deduction is available. Which deduction? 24B. You have a limit up to 2 lakhs. But here it is not available. Under which regime? Also called as what here? Default. Under section 115 BAC. Naam sune at least. Next, under a chapter called you have a difference in standard deduction. Difference in here 75,000. There it is 50,000. In old regime it is 50,000. New regime it is you 16 tool difference on entertainment allowance deduction. There's also difference in 16.3. You know what is 16.3? Professional tax. Whatever we are writing in old regime it's available. New regime it is not. In old regime it's available. In new regime it is not available. Also you will have for children education allowance, hostel allowance, leave travel allowance. This is available in old regime but not available in new regime. In a chapter called CG, what is CG? Capital, there is no change. Whether you do the problem under old regime or new regime, the answer remains same. In a chapter called IFOS, you have a change in family pension deduction. Family pension, it is 1/3 or 15,000, whichever is lower under under old regime, and new regime is 1/3 or 25,000, whichever is lower. I'm giving you so that you take some benefit out of the classes. Very less faculty might have covered this. Under a chapter called clubbing, you are eligible for exemption under 1032 for income of minor child clubbing of 1500 per child exemption under old regime. That's not available under new regime. Then in a chapter called deductions under chapter 6, every section will apply here. ATC to ATU, all deductions are available. If you are following which regime? New regime may only 3 sections will apply. ATCCD2, ATCCH2 and ATJJAA. Only 3 sections are available or allowed. What is ATJJAA? This is speaking to employment. You will get deduction of 30% of the new employment for the next 3 years. If I remember, ATJJAA. What is ATCCD? ATCCD speaks about new or national pension scheme. Atal Pension Yojana. Talking about that. CCH is your Agniveer Corpus Fund. Something wrong? I'm correct? Thank you. Agniveer Corpus Fund. Whereas if your old regime, all the sections of ATC to ATD will apply. ATU. ATC speaks about investments. ATD medical insurance. ATDD disability, normal disability, severe disability, 75,000, 1,25,000. ATDDB for a disease. ATE, interest on education for higher education. ATEE, interest for housing loan over and above 24B. ATEA, ATEB, ATG, donations. ATGG, rent paid. All those nonsense concepts will apply. ATQQB, royalty income on authors. ATRRB, royalty income on patents. All those concepts will apply if you're following old regime. And if you're doing which head now? Section 35 will apply here. 35 will not apply. What is 35 you know? Expenditure on scientific research. Old regime में available, new regime में. So agreed, new regime में slab rates are attractive. Tax will be lower, but certain benefits you have to forego if you want to avail new regime, also called as default regime under section 115 BAC. What I want to do is, you tell me any topic you want me to cover, I'll cover. Because I want this to be beneficial for you, not for me. It's better I teach what you want me to teach, not at what I want to take. Anyone can raise your hand. You feel that you are not good in that topic, some except section you're not good, not clear, let me know. I'll take up that concept. Please check your books. I'll wait. Yes? Anything? Anyone? Because I want this to be beneficial for you guys, not for me. It can be income tax, it can be GST, anything. You don't worry about that. Yes, anyone? Please check your books. Anyone? Oh, don't hesitate. Yeah, come on. You can tell anything. Huh? Returns. GST returns, income tax return. GST return. Okay. I'm sorry. Once again. Yeah, tell me. Acha, now listen. Shh. Now listen. Listen always. Listen. Please remember this. Listen. Let's assume OT. Always remember, when you do your answer in GST, first problem, it should have 3 steps. How many steps? 3 steps. Step 1, calculation of OT. OT means output tax. Okay? Second step will be calculation of input tax. Third step is OT minus IT. That is step 1 minus step 2. This only you have to do in the first question, which will be asked for 10 marks. First OT calculation, then IT calculation. In order to do IT, you have to ensure that these 7 conditions are satisfied. Then only you take the value in step 2. If your credit comes under 17.5, what is 17.5? Block credit, then you will take in step 2, but you will take the value as 000. Means input is not available. Input tax is not available. Now, when you calculate, he will give in the certain problem something TS, something ES. Few transactions as taxable supply, few transactions as exempt supply. That if you take in step 1, but make sure in the columns of tax you write 000, because those are exempt. Just pay GST will not apply. Then why did he give in the exam? Only to confuse you. You will take in step 1 only those supplies which are taxable. So for that you should know which are exempt. Anything which is not exempt is a taxable supply. So you should be very clear with a chapter called exemptions. Then only you can do all these kind of problems. One thing you remember, please. If in the exam he gave RCM what? Point. Ante we are falling under 9394. Rule is I will take that in step 2. What is step 2? Step 2, calculation of. I will add again after completion of step 3. This is bloody important. 99% students will not understand RCM query only in the exam. What should we do if RCM is given? Let us understand with an example. OT. 100 100 100. जान दो इसको नहीं लेंगे एक बार इजी कैलकुलेशन के लिए. CGST SGST IT 120 120. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट नहीं 120 नहीं सॉरी 80 80. Next, you fall under 93 94 40 40. Now how to do the problem on the screen? What is step 1? Calculation of OT. What was the value? 100 100. Step 2, calculation of what is I? Input tax given 80. I will also add RCM plus 40 plus 40 120 120. Clear? Step 3, 100 100 120 120. Karo karo minus 20. This will be carry forward, and now you will write add RCM liability. How much? Total. Total. This has to be paid through cash ledger only. It cannot be set off with credit ledger. So minus 20 will be carry forward. Plus 40 40 has to be paid in cash right now. Then only 3B can be filed. So the treatment of RCM is add in step 2, take in step 2, and again add at the end in step 3. Assuming this is 70 and 70. Assuming. Then what is the value? Hey, ye wala baba. Plus 30 plus 30. Again you will write plus 40 plus 40. Total 70 has to be paid. 70 has to be, there is no confusion. But if this is negative, this you cannot set off these two because RCM liability can be only paid through cash ledger. Important hai sir. If you want to copy, I'll wait, else we'll continue. Bolo. Continue. Anything else? Someone who RCM covered. Anything else? Please ask, yeah, come on. It can be GST or income tax, anything, guys. Anyone? Yes? Ma'am, I have come from so long for you only. I want it to be benefit for you. Huh? I'm sorry. Yes. In income tax, it is 15 marks. In GST, it is 10 marks. For which? Income tax or GST? Listen. Presentation बोल तो ऐसा करना. Step 1. Heading. Calculation of output tax. Particulars. Amount. GST rate. CGST. SGST. IGST. Assuming he gives services of veterinary doctor. बोलतो services provided by doctor to animals, it is an exempt supply. Which supply? Amount you take whatever he gave. Under GST rate you write. Here you don't take the values. Second, he gave sale of goods within the state. Something 1 lakh. GST rate 18. It is interstate or intrastate? Within the state. Intrastate. Total multiply. Multiply. So in the bill, what will I add? CGST, GST or IGST? So I'll divide by 2. Then sale of goods outside the state 50,000, 12%. What will apply? So this will be, I will take this totals only. This will become my step 1. Will become my step 1. Then heading calculation of input tax credit. I will take all purchase and expenses here. All my or expense. Same particulars. क्या था और? Amount, GST rate, CGST, SGST, IST. First thing what you write here is opening balance brought forward. What you will write here? बोलतो last month lo carry forward hai to those values has to be written here first. If we have any carry forward balances of previous month, and that he will give in the exam if there is there. If not, they will not take. That we will write here. Then you write purchases, expenses, and so on. And one more thing you should remember. Remember this. If you buy I'm now covering 16.3. Remember, buy and assuming asset value is 100, GST is total. What is the entry in my books of accounts for this purchase of asset? Bolo. Asset account debit to bank 118, or option number 2, asset account debit 100, GST account debit 18 to bank 118. Assuming depreciation rate is 10%. Now the entry for depreciation account debit 11.8 to asset account. Correct? 111. Yaha depreciation account debit 10 to asset account 10. Rule says if you follow this option, which option? Where you are recording the asset value exclusive of GST, you can claim input tax credit on the purchase of the asset. If you are recording the asset value including GST, you cannot claim input tax credit on the asset because you are getting higher depreciation. If you get higher depreciation, the net profit will be lower. If net profit is lower, income tax is lower, you are getting benefit there, then will not give one more benefit of input tax credit. This is covered under which section? 16.3 of the CGST Act. 16.4 speaks about time due date to claim the input tax credit. The due date to claim input tax credit is 30th November of the next financial year, or the date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. That is a due date. For example, you forgot to claim some input of some month, some arithmetical mistake you did. You can rectify that, for which have a time limit up to which date? 30th November. What is my financial year? Applicable for your exam, yeah. 25. The due date to avail ITC will be 30th November 26, or date of filing filing annual return, whichever is earlier, not lower. Lower will come when the amounts are mentioned. These are not amounts, these are dates, whichever is earlier. So this is your section 16, which have 4 clauses. 1, 2, 3. These two speaks about those 7 eligibility criteria and conditions to be satisfied. 63 speaks about depreciation. 16.4 speaks about the time limit to avail input tax credit. Okay. Then once this is done, then you follow step 3, OT minus IT. This is where this knowledge will come into picture. Manner and that concept should be applied in step 3. What is important while doing step 1 problems are, sunte jao. Which problem? Question 1. Step, you should know entire POS concept. What is POS? Place of supply, to know whether it's an interstate or intrastate. For goods, it is section 10. For services, it is section 12. Only 2 sections you have in your syllabus. One is 10, and this is covered not in CGST Act. This is covered under IGST Act 2017. So first thing you should understand is you should have a good clarity on place of supply. Then you should also have a good clarity on exemption, because if the transaction is exempt, it will not come in the amount columns. If you don't know and by mistake you write, your answer goes to the toss. Next, you should also know the concept of value of supply, whether to add or exclude or include under section 15 of the CGST Act. This is important to calculate which step? Step 1. In order to do step 2, you should know section 16 and 17. That's it. 16 में 1, 2, 3, 4. Under 17 it is 5. What is 5? Block credit. If it's a block credit, ITC will be taken as 0. You should know that. Once you are done with step 2, then you go to step 3, that is 1 minus 2. Here we should do with manner and utilization of GST. First, we will deduct IGST. If that is negative and the other values are positive, we will make it 0 in any manner, in any proportion. और एक चीज याद रखना, ये चीज remember this: 100, 100, 100. क्या ये? OT. IT 130. Okay, wait. 30 होता 15, 15. 85, 85 होता. Right. Hmm. 1 second. ठीक है. Now listen. Okay, now listen. CGST, SGST. Can any student help me with how to do this? 100, 100, 100. C, S, I, O, T. Now what should I do? Everyone participate, please. Next. Less, lesser input. Which column? Minus 30. 100, 100, minus 30. This I should make it 0. This will be in any manner, in any proportion. It's better you always do equal. कितना होता? 15, 15. 85, 85. Correct? Less again IT. 80, 95. How much now? Plus 5, minus 10, 0. Can I set off this 5 and 10? No. This will be pay. This will be carry forward. Clear? Answer is correct. But if in the exam, if in the, he will ask you to calculate, read. Ah, read Baba word. Answer is correct. But in the exam, if he uses the word minimum GST payable, then this is wrong answer. Now, what is the difference between GST payable and minimum GST payable? GST payable, how much I am paying? Baba, how much I am paying? 5. Is there an option that I may pay less than 5? I may pay less than 5. Yes, sir. What I'll do? कितना था सॉरी वो ये हटाओ यार. What was input tax values for CGST? 80, 95. Correct, no? Now, take it. Now, I can take here minus 20. क्या होता फिर यहाँ पे? Plus 80. Minus 80 gives you 0. How much still balance remaining? Minus 10. Balance 90. Minus 95. This is how much? Minimum becomes. This is the biggest confusion in your GST chapter or syllabus. You have to be careful whether he's asking only GST payable or 99% cases slow, he will ask minimum GST payable where you should use your brain. And when will this confusion comes? Confusion comes when among these two, one is positive, one is negative. If both are positive, your answer is correct. If both are negative also, your answer is correct. You need not rework. You need to rework in a case where one is positive, one is negative. Both are positive, it's okay. No need to rework. Both are negative also, no need to rework. Rework will happen only in a case where then you need to think, can I do something with this 30 so that I get a minimum answer at the end? In our first answer, it was 5 positive, minus 10 negative, plus 5 pay, minus 10 carry forward. But with the law, I can help my client to pay nothing and carry forward. With this, my working capital will save. My funds will be saved, which can be invested somewhere to earn or generate extra revenue to the organization. This is the biggest problem in your question number 1 in GST. You need to be careful whether he will ask, whether he will ask GST payable or minimum GST payable. Important, sir. This you need to be very careful of this point. कुछ लिखना है तो देख लो सर. this example. You write in both. Case 1, GST payable, do the answer. Case 2, minimum GST payable, again do the answer. So that you remember this, guys, please. Yeah, anything else in the manner utilization or something? In order to do question 1 properly, again I repeat, you should have a good hold on POS. What is POS? You should have a good hold on exemption. You should have a good hold on input tax credit chapter. These three you need to be have a very good hold, then only you can solve. Then you have a concept called returns. Lot of returns you have. One is called GSTR 1, one is called GSTR 3B, one is called GSTR 9, one is called GSTR 4. This is monthly. I have one chart for this also. Wait, wait. What's the mail ID here? 1 second, it should be done here. It is sent from here, but why did not receive? I'm sorry? I don't think it will come in spam. Sent from here. SIRC OFICAI. SIRC OFIC 2017. 1 second. I'll resend once again. Fine, it should come now, I guess. Sometimes it happens. Okay. Listen, this is the chart I have for the entire chapter. You can complete in 10 minutes. The chapter. Which chapter? Which chapter? Returns. How can I zoom? I cannot zoom here. I cannot zoom. Sign. Sign here. Acha, here. Okay, fine. Listen now. This chapter I have divided into 14 columns. How many columns? I'll explain one, the rest you can do when I preserve. First heading. खाली read, ये read करना बस. First one. Section. You have to read, then I'll cover the first one. Read the headings first. First one. Next one. Content. Next one. Who should file? Next one. Due date. Okay. Next one. Means can I file the return after the due date? Next one. Monthly file karna, quarterly, annually, daily, and so on. Next one. नहीं नहीं. Who should? Why is it coming down? हटाओ यार ये. हाँ. Who should not file? Next one means I have not done any activity. Should I file nil returns for that month? Next one, restrict. Next one, बोलतो I filed a return but return लो mistake है. Can I rectify? Next one, and next one, what if I file after the due date? Your entire chapter is done in this. I'll show you only one out of that. Okay, let's start. Section speaks about GSTR 1. The moment you make a sale, it is your duty to inform the government regarding the sale happened during the month. How would you inform? By filing a return call. GSTR 1. First point. Who should? Every supplier. X to Y. Who is the supplier? X should file. Y to Z. Y should file. Clear? Generally, the due date is 11th of the following month. Which month? For March, 11th April. For April, 11th May. But if you are into QRMP scheme, QR quarterly return, monthly payment, it is 13th. It is, now read this now. Can it be filed? Yes, it can be filed after due days, but for that it has a time limit of 3 years from the actual due date. Like in income tax, there is a due date to file belated return. What is belated return? Return filed after the due date, but belated return can be filed only up to 31st December under section 139 subsection 4. 31st December of relevant assessment year or completion of assessment, whichever is earlier. Here can I file after the due date? Yes, but there is a time limit for the due date also. Next point. Heading bolna, heading. Heading. Frequency. If your turnover is up to 1.5 crore, you have an option to file monthly or quarterly. If your turnover is more than, there is no option. You have to file this return on a monthly basis. Income tax return and income tax is annual basis. Once in a year you have to file. Here these returns has to be filed monthly or quarterly if you fall under this case. And more than 1.5 crores, it is definitely monthly. What is this now? These people are not allowed to file GSTR1. Number 1, input service distribution. Number 2, NRTP. Section 51, Section 52 bole to TDS and TCS cases. And number 5, person paying tax under Section 10, composition scheme, because for that we have a separate form. This form number is GSTR 1 or 1A, whatever we say. Next heading. Next heading, Baba. I have not made any sale during the month. Still it is mandatory for me to file return. How would government know that there is no sale until I inform them? So it is mandatory to file nil return even though there is no sale. Next, पढ़ो first point. अच्छे से पढ़ो. Filing of stop. We are in which month? We are in which month? I can file GSTR1 of April only when GSTR1 of March is filed. समझ में आ रहा? The government will allow me to file GSTR1 of April only when GSTR1 of and 3B of March is filed. 1B file hona, 3B. Then only I am allowed to file one of the April month. Else it's not allowed in the software. That's called restrictions. Next. Ye padho. In the following, GSTR1 cannot be filed. Read now point 1. In order to file GSTR1 of April, it is mandatory for me to first file 1 of March, also 3B of March. Then only 1 of April can be filed. Okay, all this you should know. Second one, padho ye. The first step you do after getting the GST registration, update bank details within. If you don't do that, you are not allowed to file GSTR1. Not only that, your number also will get cancelled. That's called restrictions. And next one. ये क्या है? Heading. I filed one month return. उसमें mistake हो गया. क्या हो गया? That cannot be revised. What I can do is I can rectify the mistake in the subsequent month return, but return already filed cannot be revised. That's not allowed under the GST law. And I have a time limit to do that. The time limit is same, 30th November of or date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. Next, ye padho. Read it loudly. First remarks. Stop. We are in which month? Which date? I cannot file April month return today. I have to wait till 30th April is done. So I can file April month return only in May 1st onwards. I cannot file it today. That's not possible only. Read it once again now, first sentence. That's the meaning of that. I have a lot of points to cover. You don't worry about that. And last one, EK. Ah, late fees. What is my due date? Hey, 11th baba. GSTR 1 ke liye 11, 3B is 20. GSTR 1 just now we covered. No, what is the due date? I filed after due date. I have to pay late fee. Now it depends whether the return is a nil return or some transactions have taken place. If it is a nil return, 20 per day of default or 500, whichever is lower. And then we have cases. If your turnover is less than 1.5 crore, this is the late fee 1.5 to 5 and more than 5. This completes one concept section 37. Atla we have 10 sections. Your chapter is done with this chart. So inform them to send to you. It's in this book, the mail. Any other section you know in the returns you want me to cover? I'll cover. ये करेंगे 3 भी करेंगे? बोलो बाबा. Now read this. Read this. 39. 2. Filing of returns by composite deal. Under which section? 4 categories. M, T, RS, other service providers. Rate 1, 1, 5, 6. I told you it's a quarterly payment. CMP 08, 18th of the following quarter, and also you have to file a form 30th June. And there is a confusion even now. Is it April or June? It's June only. 30th June. Okay. Next. Can I file after the due date? Read now. It can be filed after the, but there is no. Bolto, you can file after 100 years also. Akkada GST one of the time limit, we have to file within 3 years. There is no time restriction here. Who cannot file this return? Normal dealer cannot file, but obvious because this concept is only for composite. Is it mandatory to file nil return? Yes. And ये not applicable क्या है? Features में कुछ भी नहीं है, restrictions में कुछ नहीं है. Same as above. Okay. And what happens if you are doing this concept, following this concept, you are not eligible to claim input tax credit. Whatever payment has to come, you have to pay, create challan, it will be reflected in electronic cash ledger, and then file CMP 08. And you cannot issue TI, tax invoice. The document you issue will be called BOS, Bill of Supply. I genuinely feel this chart will help the chapter very easy. Chapter ka naam will be returns. It's around 130 pages in your study material. All nonsense that is. If you are good in this, all 130 pages are covered here. Problems, you can do any problems from your material wherever you have attended the coaching. I assure you, you will be able to solve all the problems with this chart if you are aware of this chart properly. Annual return बोल के there is one concept where you have to file a return called GSTR 9. GSTR, if your turnover is up to 2 crores, there is no need to file GSTR 9. If your turnover is up from 2 crores to 5 crores, you have to file GSTR 9. If it is more than 5 crores, you have to file 9 and 9C. You have to file 9 and 9C. Less than 2 crores, not required. 2 to 5 crores, only GSTR 9. More than 5 CR, 9 and 9C. The due date is 31st December of the succeeding financial year. So understand this concept. Your ND, normal dealer. How many returns I should file per month? 1 and 3B. Per annum, 2 into 12, Baba. 2 months, 2 returns per month. 12 months mein how many returns? 24. Plus 1 annual return. Plus 1 9C. 26. Whereas composite dealer has to file only 4 returns. Plus 1. 1 annual return. Total. So that's one more objective or advantage of going for composition scheme. Normal dealer has to file 26 returns per annum under GST law. Whereas composite dealer has to file only 4 plus 1, 4 quarterly returns and 1 annual return, 5. So it is advantageous for me. But this is only for small taxpayer. Turnover should not exceed 75 lakhs in 8 states, 150 lakhs in other states. That you need to be aware of. So you ask them how they will forward to you. Make sure you have this chart with you. I'll also send you the supply chart. Supply the registration which I showed you on in my mobile phone. Composition scheme. I have for supply also. I have for section 9 and section 10 also. So please find out from them whom to send. I'll send it today by evening so that you have by tomorrow morning with you. Why will I have not? It is prepared for you only. So someone take the uh, lead among yourself, create a group, add me. By end of the day, I'll send all the PDFs. No problem. You should have a smile when you study GST now. Yeah, this is my number. Okay. Any doubts, anytime you don't call me. I'll not leave unknown numbers. But do message me that you're a student of this crash course ICI Chennai. I'll definitely reply with doubt if you have. I don't know whether you felt that session was at any helpful. I tried my level best with the time allotted to me to do the best what I can. Technically, 1 day is not enough. You need to be practical. I asked them to give me 3 days. Because I was ready to come for 3 days, but they said that it's too late. The examination is in the May first week. They will not come for 3 days and so on, whatever. So I was allotted only 1 day and timings was very fixed. Long back 10 to 5. I thought I'll come, but it's okay. Whatever it is. Wishing you all the very best. Please create a group. Whatever charts I have, please take a photocopy, color photocopy, not in a normal book. You go to Xerox shop, ask them to give in a big chart and stick to your walls. Definitely it will be helpful. You don't worry about that. You will realize after writing the exam. 5 charts, 5 chapters will be done. You need not refer your material also there. Please understand that. Wishing you all the very best. God bless you. Thank you so much. Ah. Or dynamic QR code, all that nonsense you don't read. What you read is, if your turnover exceeds 5 crores, it is mandatory for you. Your invoice should have a dynamic QR code. That's it. Nothing else is required. You should also know which category of people are exempt from issuing e-invoicing. That only he will ask in exam. Two things: who are required to issue, who are not required to issue e-invoicing. E-invoicing bolte on the invoice you will have a barcode something. Okay, that's it. Two things: who are required, who are not required. Current limit is 5 crores. Previously it started with 500 crores. It bring down to 250, 100, 50, 25. Now the limit is 5 crores. That's it for e-invoicing concept. Anything else? Anyone? Have a smile, guys. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Thank you.